the theme, the global theme, as I mentioned earlier, freedom of expression as a driver for all other human rights. Where do you see, Karima, the critical intersections between freedom of expression, media freedom, and all other human rights?
Thank you, and I need to start by a thank you message to Honorable Minister YB Fahmy for hosting us here and for the partnership. I think it is groundbreaking, and you were always part of the annual meeting that we held to celebrate this very important day. But having you today is definitely meaningful, and I want to thank our partners for continuing this conversation and carrying it over until we see some real impact and change happen. So just allow me this, and I want to thank all the participants for joining the UN in celebrating today, and also in really reflecting and thinking. And the theme is not a coincidence. I think choosing a theme where we're talking about building a future of rights, it is because human rights are under threat globally. We are seeing every single day human rights being under attack. We are seeing a lot of signals that have to make us worry about the future of the freedom as a concept, and the freedom of expression, and the freedom of the press in particular. I want to definitely pay a tribute to the 68 journalists who were killed in 2022. And that number is on the rise, and it's about 50% more than the year before. And it is something that is worrisome, and we need to think about that. I also pay tribute to those that are in detention. The numbers are record high everywhere. And this is something we need to keep in mind. It is not normal that every 5 days a journalist loses their life. So please, let's remember this as we talk about rights. And in the intersection, definitely, I mean, if we're talking about the concept of freedom, which is, again, has to be linked to the concept of responsibility, right? So it is not about just being free, but be free to express, be free to disagree, be free to bring the information and focus on whatever topic, but also be responsible in doing so. And I think it's this duality that makes this particular human right one of the most complex ones, I believe. So perhaps as a and freedom of press just allows a lot of things to happen. It allows information to circulate, it allows dialogue, it allows debates, it allows differences, but also similarities to be built, and it allows public opinion to be formed. And that is very important, because when the narrative is informed well by responsible journalism, but also free journalism, that I think gives a lot of potential in terms of participation and engagement. And it's simply democracy, and I think Malaysia has embraced the values of democracy, and it's about now instilling them and bringing them, across the board on all topics. I'll stop here perhaps and engage.
Okay, we'll come back to that, because you raised a number of issues that I think we can unpack and elaborate during our discussion. Eva, I want to come to you. I'm glad that the Embassy of the Netherlands is here, because the Netherlands is co-chair of the Media Freedom Coalition. It has been for the past couple of years, along with Canada. Folks, if a tidbit, ooh, that was a nasty little thing. Okay, all right. Let's keep talking, push through the technical difficulties. So just wanted to share with you about the Media Freedom Coalition. So it was formed at the Global Conference for Media Freedom back in 2019. And if I understand correctly, I think all right, here we go. Crisis averted. All right, just wanted to say that former Minister YB Gobind Singh was at that conference where the Media Freedom Coalition was first formed. So maybe Eva can share a little bit about what the commitments are. The Netherlands as a co-chair, what are the commitments when it comes to advocating for media freedom, for the safety of journalists, as we heard with that horrific statistic that Karima just shared?
Your mic. Oh, wait, it's working now. Okay, great. Well, before I answer that question, Melissa, and thank you so much, I would also like to welcome each and everyone here in the meeting room, joining physically or online to commemorate World Press Freedom Day and join us in, even emphasizing the importance of freedom of expression and freedom of press. And I would also like to echo what Karima just said about YB Fahmy being here with us today, and I can only applaud that, and looking forward to co-organizing this event again next year with you. So when it comes to the to the Media Freedom Coalition, so it was formed in 2019, and I think already in 2019 we saw a global decline in press freedom. And we really felt we needed to step up our efforts as governments, but also as journalists worldwide to promote freedom of press. So right now the coalition covers some 50 countries globally from all 6 continents, and you'll see that those 50 countries are working together both at a government level, using their diplomatic networks to really advocate freedom of press, also supporting individual cases sometimes where journalists are being prosecuted, but also hosting forums, pushing for legal reforms, everything that's needed on a global level to really strengthen the freedom of expression and the freedom of press. So the Netherlands, we've been co-chairing since 2 years, so 2021. This group, and we've really said, okay, we would really like to support technically 3 Ps. So it's to prevent, to protect, and to prosecute as the main anchors to support freedom of expression and support journalists worldwide. So thirdly, it's about preventing attacks on journalists. And as Karima mentioned, when every 5 days a journalist is being murdered, a lot more needs to be done there. Secondly is protecting the journalists, which can be done in many ways. Even embassies sometimes step in there. But also the prosecution of perpetrators, obviously. So particularly the issue of impunity and perpetration and accountability has been very high on our agenda. Also, as accountability is the ultimate form of prevention in the end. During our presidency or our co-chairmanship, we've also given special attention to the role of women in press, as we see that both online and offline, women tend to be more often targeted with hate speech, with discrimination, and are being silenced. So we try to see what we can also do specifically to support female journalists and media workers in their work.
All right, thank you for that. Gender-based violence, definitely an issue that really needs to be addressed. Vasila, that was the global stage, but what about the Malaysian context? How would you respond to some of the challenges that Eva had raised, the issues that Eva had raised about advocating for press freedom and the safety of journalists? Where do you think are the critical risks when it comes to media freedom in a Malaysian context?
Thank you, and again, greetings to all. Thank you, YB Fahmy, for being here, Eva, Karima. It's always great to have this continued collaboration, and thank you all for joining us this morning, too. You know, if you had asked me that question a year ago, my response would probably be slightly different. Oh. I think what we need to acknowledge is that Malaysia is really a melting pot of diversity. The diversity should not at any point be threatened, all right, or compromised, and we really need to uphold this diversity. And within this ecosystem is where media fit in. What is the role of media in promoting our rights, in making sure that they play the role as the fourth estate in pushing forward a democratic nation? And obviously, media, not just globally, but also in Malaysia, do face heightened risks at times. We are at 73 in terms of the RSF global index, right, on press freedom. The 733 is very, very significant for us because it shows, in comparison, for example, with our neighboring countries, we are doing much better. But in comparison with Norway, which is, I think, at number 1, or in comparison with Timor-Leste, a tiny country here in Southeast Asia, which is at number 10, we're still far behind. And the reason why we are far behind is we continue to experience challenges when it comes to the mere survival of the media as it is. The legacy media is experiencing economic threats. Yeah, and economic threats, if we look at the changing dynamics of the economic ecosystems globally, what more in Malaysia, this could be purely because we need to rethink the current business models of media, which are evolving, but they're also coming under threat because of the role of social media platforms. We've got our friends from Google here and a conversation to be taken further, but that's contributing to how media faces itself, right? Now, economic threats, of course, also contributes to not just the survival of the media, the legacy media, but also the survival of the media workers, the journalists themselves. Labor issues are real, right? Pay gaps are existing. Social benefits are still limited. So that's continuing threat. And of course, with the economic threat, it is going to impact the quality as well of the content that we get from our media now, especially news media. So on one hand, we have more responsible reporting, more ethical reporting happening, but at the other hand, the threats contribute to some level of censorship as well. Then the bigger picture, and I think the legal landscape plays a huge role. The laws as we have now are not necessarily aimed at protecting the rights of media, right, or media freedom. The laws we have, unfortunately, YB, are working towards restricting our freedom of expression. I don't need to list the laws. I think the roundtables later will have a long conversation. So these threats are impacting our trust. And more people are relying on different digital platforms, social media. Every morning I get up, I get a series of WhatsApp messages from my friend groups, my family groups, with news, real news, convincing news. And these are reasons why disinformation continues to proliferate. And we are also seeing now a rise in terms of how these hate speech is also taking space within the media landscape. All these are threats, but these are not just monumental threats. I think there are many ways of how later, as we continue our discussion, we can figure out solutions to this.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I completely, that resonates with me because I don't know about you, all the media practitioners in the room, I think we wear two hats, one as journalists, the other as fact checkers for our family WhatsApp misinformation that they send us, right? Okay, I want to follow up with a question to YB Fahmi. You mentioned during the recent National Journalist Day, Hawana, you made some comments in which you said that you expressed a commitment to, if I may quote you, uplift the dignity of journalists. Can I get you to elaborate? What exactly are you committing to when you say that you want to promote, or the ministry wants to promote freedom of expression and media freedom in Malaysia?
Yeah, thank you. That's a fantastic question, and I want to just check. Can I see how many here are from Malaysian media organizations? Boleh angkat tangan?
Ada Syarat Kutan.
Berapa ramai
ada
dari
Ian.
media arus perdana ataupun online di Malaysia? How many of you are chief editors? Chief editors of your respective organization. How many of you are owners of your media organization? So I think we need to have the owners here as well, yeah, and the chief editors as well. It's celebrating World Press Freedom Day, I think a minister is here holding this event in a ministry complex, yeah, which has never been done before. I think local Malaysian media should take that as an important signal. How can we have a government which aspires to uplift the dignity of journalists, and yet an important landmark historic event such as today, which has never been done before, we see, I mean, that in itself says something. Are they online?
Well,
I don't know.
I hope they're online. They better be online. Okay, they better be online.
maybe they're online. Maybe they're online. But I'm sure they will get the message later.
Okay.
The fact of the matter is, one of the biggest problems faced by media in Malaysia is not threat of bodily harm or physical harm. There's some, we have received reports. I have, as an ordinary backbencher before this, even heard problems faced by journalists, including sexual harassment or other kind of verbal abuse. These kind of things happen. But when we say uplifting the dignity of journalists and journalism, it's particularly within the context of the challenges faced by the media today. In the last, I reckon I was trying to look through some of the numbers. In the last 7 years, approximately almost 2,000 journalists lost their jobs. Almost 2,000, yeah, in the last 7 years in Malaysia. And the highest number happened in about 2019, when 927 journalists were retrenched. Sorry, between 2015 and 2022, 2,200 journalists lost their jobs.
Wow.
Yeah? So a lot of this is driven by economic pressures. And I'm very heartened to hear that Google is here. I wish that Meta and TikTok are also here. These are challenges faced by not just Malaysia, but many countries in the world. And Melissa, you put it very aptly that oftentimes, you know, journalists are points of reference for family members to ask, is this real news or not? And within that context, to me, the most important aspect is ethical journalism. And it's that fight between getting it first and getting it right. And I think in the context of Malaysia, for the government, given that we have risen 40 places to the 73rd position, the highest ever that Malaysia has ever gotten, ever, I think, bodes well, but that should not be you know, an occasion for us to rest on our laurels. We have to work very hard. And that's why one of the commitments that I have given after the Hawana event was to address economic pressures faced by media organizations and journalists. If there's a suspicion that in the fight and quest to get more eyeballs, some may want to move towards a more clickbaity, you know, rather than a more, this is the challenge, this is the question, right? So, for example, yesterday, there was a member of parliament, you know, there was this fracas in parliament about bakute. It's not about bakute at all. That was, if you look at the question raised by the first MP, it was listing out a set of food items and then asking what is the government doing to avoid Malaysian food from being claimed by other countries as being theirs. You know, so that was the question. Yet in a lot of reporting, it was sensational, it was, you know, okay, we want to get more people to view our content on our TikTok account. So we can't talk about dignity, we can't talk about, without talking about livelihood, without also talking about ethical journalism.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you, but what exactly do you mean by wanting to address the economic pressures on media organizations? How would you do that?
So actually, we've done a number of firsts, yeah, with this administration, particularly my being in this role. Recently, in the last few months, we've engaged with senior editors, chief editors, media owners to engage in constructive dialogue about the kind of pressures that they are facing. The fact of the matter is, in the last, some media organizations have seen their revenue plummet, yeah, falling off a cliff. There are some that have come to me and said, in the last few years, they've seen their revenue reduced by 75%. We've had organizations that have to choose whether to shift completely online. And mind you, we are still discussing press and even, for example, when it comes to Akta Bernama on our national news agency, the law still says explicitly Surat Khabar. Yeah? So these are anachronistic terms, I feel, because a lot of organizations no longer literally work with the press. And of course, now we understand it means more than that. So what we've been doing is trying to understand how other countries are dealing with this problem, economic problem. And I mentioned Google, Meta, and TikTok. And we're trying to look at perhaps some kind of model to bring some of the ADEX back. Yeah, this is the most serious threat to media organizations in Malaysia today. Yeah? The loss of revenue. So that's why at the end of Hawana, I mentioned that I've raised it with the Prime Minister. I've spoken with a lot of the media organizations, and this is something that we intend to pursue. You can't have press if there's no money to run a press.
Right.
And you can't rely on government, because then, you know, even the question of media council, why should you take money from the government if you want to be independent, for example? Yeah? But to get things rolling, we could help. But coming back to media organizations, it's very important that media is free and fair.
Right.
So economic matters, yeah? Upholding the dignity involves addressing economic concerns.
YB, you touched on the Media Council. I cannot not ask you about that. When you say, you know, why would you take money from the government if you want to be a truly independent media council? What do you see the role of the government in the Media Council?
We have been discussing this, my deputy and I, along with a pro tem committee, as well as four that have been discussing the Media Council since 2018-2019, and with the wider community of media organizations. And right now there is we are arriving at a point of agreement where we can bring this matter to cabinet. I can't say more than what we are discussing, because cabinet has not made a decision on the matter. There are options, and I do, as I said, personally as well as professionally honor the role of free and independent media, what more, Media Council. We have looked at how media councils operate in various jurisdictions. There are best practices that we can adopt, but there are specific challenges in getting it off the ground. So we have to look at, while we have the aspiration, we have the law that we need to bring to Parliament, we also have to look at how can we make it, how can we run it sustainably? We meaning, you know, I foresee a relatively limited role for government in the Media Council. That media should be, by and large, self-regulated, and the laws are there in case there are any breaches of the law. But in order to do that, you know, it's good, it's well and good to have a Media Council, but it's incomplete if we don't address the economic concerns raised by media organizations themselves.
Okay.
So it has to be attended to simultaneously. That's our strategy right now.
Vashala, would you want to add anything to that as Pro Tem, one of the members of the Pro Tem Council?
I think looking at the Media Council is going to be really critical, because, and you know, especially to address some of the economic concerns, the larger concerns around the existing laws, and for the media's survival itself, right? One of the push, and in fact recommendation from the Pro Tem Committee had been, how do we ensure self-regulation, one, right, that is representative of the industry as well as the, putting the public's interests at the forefront. The second thing has, of course, been the question of independence. I think we've really looked at some very critical models, especially from Indonesia, in terms, how do we balance the need to engage with the government, at the same time ensure that the self-regulation is not undermined to a large extent or challenged with the government's presence in the Media Council. So there is a lot of space, I think, for discussion in that. Because the initial recommendation from the Pro Tem Committee was a very, very interesting model that took after Indonesia and South Africa, actually.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's going to be more discussion on this later today, so let's wait for that session to expand further on this. I'm going to take this opportunity to ask the floor, any questions coming from the floor? I know someone will run a mic to you if you do have a question. Just put your hand up high in the sky. Anyone? Any questions? Yes, I see two. Can we run a mic to the gentleman, please? Why don't I run my mic, since I think I stole yours. Okay. Yes, sir. Could you introduce yourself?
All right. Thank you, Honorable Minister. My name is Siva Balan. I'm representing, or rather, I'm from the Information Department under the Ministry of Communication and Digital. Respected Minister, respected panel members, I've got a question actually, but I've been a journalist all my life. I started off as a journalist in Bernama, and now I'm the Director of Media for the Information Department. We spoke, panel members, some of us spoke about the need to abolish so-called draconian laws, i.e. Printing Press and Publication Act, etc., etc. At the same time, we have fake news, we have hate speech. My question is simple. How do you police, or let me rephrase this, how do you manage fake news, hate speech, without all these acts, without all these laws? How do you reconcile, respected panel members? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, do you want to take another question, or do you want to answer those? Okay.
Answer quickly. A lot of it comes down to literacy. Right now, a lot of people get information not from the regular press anymore, literal physical press, not from newspapers. Newspapers appear to be anachronistic. They're like, you read the papers and it's actually a record of yesterday's news, right? Whereas news is digital now, a lot of it. So a lot of it is about digital literacy. A lot of it is about educating a wide public about how to discern, how to understand, how to assess for themselves whether a piece of news or information that they receive is fake or not. I'll give a very clear example, a very simple example that happened just a few days ago. There were allegations on social media, and a lot of people, mind you, view TikTok as the news, right? Especially a certain age group and below. So there was this whole allegation about Lim Kit Siang, who received a transcription from the Yang di-Pertuan Agong. There were allegations made by political opponents against him that he is a communist, which is absolutely fake and absolutely, you know, it's vile and disgusting, and it is also an affront to the institution of the Yang di-Pertuan Agong. And yet, how do you address these kind of, it's not press, but for some people, they see it as this is a part of the news, you know, because for them, it's like, if you were, I'll give an example. If you were to open the papers, you've got the news, you've got editorials, you've got the funnies, right? So when people look at TikTok, do people look at TikTok like we used to look at newspapers? Like some part of it is real, some part of it is paid for, some part of it is, you know, like funnies, right? So how do you help an audience to discern? And this is where events such as World Press Freedom Day, organizations including Google, a lot of the media platforms can help. And initially, I've been called out for being hard on particularly TikTok, but I have to say, since December to today, TikTok has been very cooperative, not in a, you know, like, not in a, they have been very helpful trying to help us understand that just like the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister says, you fight hujah politik dengan hujah politik. So TikTok has reiterated the same thing, but they have gone further by going down to the ground to help with modules on digital literacy. So I think the law is the law, but we need to make sure that the populace, particularly a broader segment of society that have a different perspective of what news is, what the press is today, understand their role, the press, and this field called news and media.
Right. Well, the law is the law, but are there any efforts to reform the law?
To what?
Reform the law, the draconian laws as mentioned.
Right, yeah. Right now, not as yet. We will assess the matter from time to time. This is the diplomatic answer.
Okay, it's a long game. We'll wait. We'll come back to that. We'll circle back in next year's World Press Freedom Day event. I saw a hand at the back there. Can we run a mic, please? Thank you.
Yes, good morning. My name is Andrew Koo.
Good morning, Andrew.
Hi. I wasn't planning to ask any questions, but when the Honourable Minister talked about the Press Council and independence and government money, it evoked some appalling sort of response. And I just want to push back to the Honourable Minister. I mean, I think we have to rebut this idea that just because you take government money, you are controlled by the government. Because it's not the government's money in the first place. It's the people's money. It's the rakyat's money. It's taxpayers' money. The government is merely, in a sense,
You can clap.
an arbiter of where it goes. But at the end of the day, it's the people's money, right? I mean, it's very interesting. You go to California and you build highways, the platform that says your tax dollars at work. It's your money. So if the people want a press council, can the government fund the press council, give them a block allocation and say this is the money, then whatever you want to do with it, how you want to spend with it, you go ahead and do it yourself. We will not interfere in how you spend the money. That is how governments in other parts of the world work. And why can't we do it here in Malaysia?
Thank you, Andrew.
Why do we have to perpetuate this myth that everything is the government's money? Because if you take that analogy to its full conclusion, everything is controlled by the government. The government controls the monarchy, the government controls...
Thank you, Andrew. Thanks
so
for the comment.
I think we have to disabuse ourselves of that notion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to give an opportunity for you to respond if you want to, but I also am going to open the floor again for more questions. YB, would you like to respond, or shall I take another question?
Thank you, Andrew. We'll take that under advisement.
All right. Can we get another question on the stage left? Thanks.
Hi everyone, hi YB Fahmi. I'm a former journalist and news anchor from government agency, Bernama. So I would like to follow the question just now. So I think one of the ways is to consider to transforming the government media agency into public service media. Do you think this is possible in our unity government?
Sorry, could I get you to repeat that? So you mean, could you repeat what you mean by that? Meaning you want a public service organization. Do I understand correctly?
Can we change our government media to public service media?
Okay. Are you referring to like the BBC model?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you for your question. Does anyone want to respond from both a local perspective and maybe international perspective, if necessary?
From the administration's perspective, there are certain things that we're trying to do right now to bring changes to RTM. So that is slowly happening. It takes a bit of time. But also for Bernama, inshallah soon we will have a new board. And then we will wait for the board, the Lembaga Pengelola, to look at how it is functioning and perhaps propose some things that we can do to make it better.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been, I mean, it's just 6 months in. There was a lot of, I think, trying to learn and understand what every, you know, like try to visit every nook and cranny. So it'll take a little bit of time.
Yeah, I often forget it's 7 months. I've lost track of time. It's June. So yeah, it's 7 months, isn't it? Yes, okay. All right, so we've been talking a lot on the local perspective, local context. I do want to kind of zoom out and look at the international perspective, because I think sometimes that provides us with a little bit of a nuance in the conversation. Karima and Eva, I'm going to come to the both of you for an international perspective. Karima first. Karina first. May I get you to share with us what you think the role of the UN is when it comes to promoting freedom of expression and media freedom, particularly in the ways in which we can leverage some of the international standards and mechanisms?
Thank you. Let me just say something. The role of the UN starts here. I think when the UN succeeds in partnering and bringing together the key stakeholders to address some of the very sensitive, fundamental issues, that's already, a success. And that's impact. Of course, what we would like to see is this conversation to actually move forward and continue to be constructive and continue to take in all the different perspectives. And that, I think, is something we should be very proud of today, of being able to really kind of get this conversation going. Now, with reference to, again, the agenda of the UN is the normative agenda, is whatever our member states have agreed to. It's the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which celebrates its 75th anniversary this year. It is all the resolutions that member states have been part of. And some of them are legally binding, and some of them are not legally binding. But they have equal importance. When you have a General Assembly resolution, that means that 193 countries have agreed to something, whether it's a principle, it's an action, it's a way forward. We're surrounded by these colorful boxes and the SDGs. And the SDGs for us are a human rights framework for a development agenda. SDGs, every one of them, is about human rights. It's about freedom. Freedom from want, freedom from fear, freedom from need, freedom from vulnerability. And if you take 16, SDG 16, wherever it's hidden, it's one that is very special because it is about institutions, it's about transparency, it's about good governance, it's about responsibility, and it's about also the duty of care. And I think this is what was happening in the first segment of this panel, is what duty of care does the government have as an institution with its many institutions, whether we're talking the legislative, and independence definitely is there, but we talk about the independence of the judiciary. But that's also funded, and I think the de-link between where the money comes from and what the institution's role is very important. And that duty of care, when you look at SDG 16, and if I remember where SDG 16, target 16.10, is about protecting fundamental freedoms, and it's about ensuring access to information. And that one target Malaysia is committed to and is doing definitely a lot to advance it. So SDGs can be a framework to bring these issues back, but you definitely have all the other resolutions that Malaysia is party to. And you know, the challenge always, and that's not to Malaysia only, the challenge is how do you make sure that the commitments that Malaysia sitting in Geneva, New York, Nairobi, Vienna, any of the UN headquarters, agreeing to resolutions, being party, sometimes sponsoring resolutions, brings that back home and domesticates it and makes it actually part of the legal framework of the country. And that's a challenge everywhere. But that's where the UN comes in. And we come in with the capacity building, the sharing of experiences, as was mentioned by YB Minister, bring us those success stories of where you managed to address the issue of the future of jobs. Because the future of jobs are definitely linked to what you're saying. If it's going to be about online and about virtual and about digital, then going digital has implications for people's lives. And that's linked to the just transition and to making sure that everything that is done is people-centered. And that makes sure dignity is respected, freedoms are respected, and actually democracy is advanced.
Thank you. What about you, Eva? Is there anything you'd like to add to that, particularly in how Malaysia might be able to bolster some of the diversity, plurality within the media space here?
I think on the one hand, certain points have already been made, especially when it comes to the funding for independent journalism, which is of course at the core of plurality, especially also investigative journalism. We know it's costly, but it's so vital to have reliable, independent, fact-based information out there. So also voters can make objective decisions and well-informed decisions. And I think that also links back to what we started with this morning, where freedom of expression and freedom of press is at the core of all other liberties, as also Karima already mentioned. So that's one area. Another area would be also self-censorship that we see also in Malaysia, where journalists and media workers sometimes already restrict themselves nowadays to not really write the full story. And I'm hopeful that also with Prime Minister Anwar not too long ago also expressing the need he sees for media to be out there, to be critical, and also to a certain extent also scrutinize the government is an important signal. And I really hope that also following YB's comments that it might lead to reforms. Yeah. But also platforms. We also need different platforms where people can meet and exchange views and get access to different points and different perspectives. And that exchange could also help, I guess, support diversity and plurality. And then maybe lastly, also looking back specifically also at the role of women. I think it's a global challenge, but also here in Malaysia, women are particularly vulnerable, and we could look also at their role and how we can support them further and make sure that they are not harassed online, sexually, or in another way.
Okay, thank you, Eva. So we've got about 10 minutes left. Is your question going to be the lucky question that we take from the floor? Yes, we have one in the aisle. Can we get a mic to the gentleman? So we'll take one last question from the floor. Sir, you are the lucky winner of the last question. Okay. Good morning.
Selamat pagi. The YB Fahmi and all the panelists. Actually, I have a question. Actually, it's not really a question. Just want to ask opinion from YB on this violence against these minority groups in minorities in Malaysia. For me, the minorities actually includes LGBT groups. Of course, when we talk about this press freedom or freedom of expressions, all of us have freedom to express ourselves. Okay. For example, like different people actually would tend to look from different perspectives. For example, like for if you look from Muslim or Islam perspective, of course, this LGBT have different, what you call it, you have different perceptions. But if you look from this human right perspective, then you might have different judgment.
Okay.
So maybe can YB boleh share sikit ke?
So
Thank you.
the question is
Violence against
minorities.
Yeah,
And your name
minorities.
is, sir?
I'm Lee from University Malaysia Sabah.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
question. All right, that was a specific question directed to the minister. Any comment?
Yeah, the law is very clear that that anyone, if anyone threatens, I mean, or physically harms another person, for whatever reason, be it ideology, be it for profit, be it for whatever reason, that is a breach of the law. So there are automatic safeguards, and right now those laws are applicable. But if you have a particular ideology, and I don't mean to only address one segment, but across the board. For example, there are people who might, there are different, if we talk about religion, for example, within Islam, yeah? So you might have different interpretations, and there are within the group itself, within the Muslim community, there are also ways and means to look at difference and whether to accept or not. So, for example, if ajaran sesat, yeah, so there are certain things that can be done by law, but at the same time, there are certain things that are also done. Okay, it's a complicated matter. It's not something that I can answer fully in a few minutes, but rest assured that if anyone feels physically threatened by any other person, lodge a police report, yeah? and then the law will protect you. So this is applicable across the board. Whoever you are, wherever you come from, whatever perhaps ideology or political leaning you might have, yeah. So the law is applicable and to all, inshallah.
All right, thank you, YB. All right, we're wrapping up the session now, and I want to get thoughts, conclusions from the panelists, your final thoughts for this session. Wassalam, may I begin with you? You know, what's the message that you want to leave the audience with, and what did you hope to achieve, not just from this session, but from the whole day?
Thank you, Melissa, and thank you everyone for the amazing questions. And we'll have to have another session next year, I think, to discuss and explore these issues that are emerging and being raised in discussion. I think the intention of today's forum, you know, all of you would have received a concept note, but ideally what we wanted to do is bring together different stakeholders and anchor the conversation in terms of understanding the emerging trends when it comes to freedom of expression and media freedom. That's the key thing. I think the fact that we have different stakeholders here would carry forward the conversation. I think the second thing that's really critical for us is not just talk. We just don't want to have a talk show, but really something more practical, which is looking at solution. We've been talking, I think, for decades now. With this current government, we hope we are moving forward in terms of thinking through progressive solutions, leaving behind a lot of baggages that we have inherited. And this space is critical. It's a beginning, right? And having all voices being heard, and having all voices influence the solution and recommendation to the state is going to be critical. And YB will be coming to you and the ministry with the recommendations from the forum by the end of today. Maybe we'll be compiling everything by end of today, and having further conversation on the recommendations and possible solutions. So those are practical reasons for us to be here.
Enough talk, it's time for action now. Eva, what about you?
Thank you. Well, of course, first of all, I also really look forward to the recommendations, and especially on the closed forum parts in the afternoon. I think the program as a whole is very interesting that we have today with the open sessions, the movie, and then the afternoon, and it's quite comprehensive. other than that, following the discussion that we just had, I was thinking that for the government of the Netherlands, freedom of expression and freedom of press has been on our international human rights agenda for decades now. It's, we really try to play a role there. That might be different for other governments throughout the world. So I thought I might also use this opportunity to also call upon my colleague diplomats who are in the room here today, and to see if for those of them even with limited capacity, maybe they can use the opportunity today during lunch to reach out to other journalists and at least invite one journalist out for lunch one day, and make it also have a lunch with your journalist day today, so we can collaborate more and see how also as an international diplomatic community we can play an even more supportive role to those who need it.
I know a lot of journalists who won't turn down a free meal, myself included. Okay, so last concluding thoughts from you, Karima.
Thank you, and again, I absolutely agree that that talking is very, very good, and I think it does break the barriers that sometimes we see erected between different stakeholders, and I think that it is our responsibility to make sure that dialogue continues, and hopefully build some kind of compact where the roles are clearer and the responsibilities also. I mean, you want to have media that somehow commits to working in an ethical, responsible, accountable way. And at the same time, working within an ecosystem that enables it to be free, enables it to be dignified, enables it to be protected. And I think it's really that relationship, you know, that needs to be worked out, and we hope that some of the recommendations are action-oriented enough, so that next year when we meet again on the 3rd of May or a bit later like this year, we are taking stock of some of the things that have changed. And I think this government brings, brings hope, brings a lot of potential for change. Right. Everybody's expecting, right? But I think everybody is believing also. And that belief needs to be nurtured by delivery and by this commitment to really, uphold human rights, make them upfront. And when we start by upholding human rights, the rest follows. That would be my closing.
Thank you so much. YB, your final thoughts and what you expect to get out of today's forum.
I look forward to perhaps listening more, finding out different perspectives and perhaps some ideas, contrasting ideas, and perhaps looking at how we can collaborate, we can work together, not only to ensure and enshrine freedom of expression, uplift and uphold the dignity of journalists and a free press, free media, but at the same time really look at strengthening ethical journalism. I think this is a going concern. Lastly, inshallah, we can collaborate further. I look forward to further engagements and collaborations. In fact, am I the first minister who's invited CIJ? No, before this.
Yes.
I'm the
YB Gobin.
We worked with the Minister of Law before.
No,
Oh, okay.
But for the Ministry of Communications.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I'm the first one, yeah, to invite CIJ. But we want to hear, yeah, and of course all of this is done without prejudice, yeah, and this is important because the government will need to assess all these perspectives and find a way forward. So lastly, thank you so much for coming to IPTA. This is just a PSA. If you wish to conduct any events here, Mr. Kumaran is somewhere around. He's the director of IPTA. Please get in touch. We'll find a favorable fee. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. And folks, that's it for this session. Round of applause for our panelists. If I could get the panelists to remain on stage very quickly, we've got some tokens of appreciation, of which I will present to you for your participation. So let's begin with Minister. Is this okay? panel. And
Thank you to our moderator and our esteemed panelists and also Yang Berhormat Menteri. Can I invite all of you down on stage? Just hold on for a second and we'll have a quick photo opportunity with the Yang Berhormat Menteri. Can we invite you to just quickly stand and we'll have everyone standing? Can we have a quick photo opportunity with everyone? Yes. Okay, our photographers are on standby. Okay, on the count of 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, one last one, maybe freestyle. Okay, 1, 2, 3, okay. All right, good. Well done. Thank you, photographers. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you, Yang Berhormat Menteri Fahmi Fadzil, our Minister of Communications and Digital, and also to all our esteemed panelists, including Ms. Karima Al-Khoury, Ms. Iwa Oskam, and Ms. Washlah Naidu. ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you to kindly take your seats because we'll proceed with the next segment of this forum. So for the next segment of this forum, we will be watching a short documentary produced for the Freedom Film Festival in 2015. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we have yet to break for coffee. I know it's very tempting and it's still the morning, but we have a long day ahead. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will give you a short introduction on the documentary that we will be watching shortly. So the title of this short documentary is called Viral Sial, and it was released in early March 2015 by BFM Radio as an episode of its satirical current affairs show, Kupas. Now this episode questioned the priorities of the Kelantan State Legislature in passing the Sharia criminal enactment law, popularly known as Hudud, and other unresolved issues in Kelantan of poverty, high unemployment, and homelessness. So this episode quickly went viral, and Aisha Tajuddin, the temporary host of the week, received a torrent of rape and death threats over social media. Viral Sial examines the interplay of religious sensitivity, race, and gender that created this perfect storm, while also reflecting critically on how the producers dealt with the fallout. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will play the documentary now. Can I ask you to kindly take your seats? Are we ready with the documentary? Okay, please play. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Nama aku Eri Faizal, aku host BFM Kupas. Dalam rancangan ni aku explore isu-isu semasa dengan cara yang lepak dan mungkin juga satira. Ya, ada yang kata kasar, tapi aku cakap macam biasa je, macam cakap dengan kawan-kawan. Mahathir! Kalau ada yang rasa kena provoke tu, mungkin sebab benda baru bagi diorang. Kata pun nak gairahkan minda. Tapi ada satu hari aku tak dapat nak host Kupas sebab aku kena pergi Kelantan untuk bantu masa banjir. Jadi Aisyah Tajuddin, hos Kilas, diminta untuk menggantikan aku. Pagi tu, hari kedua aku kat Kelantan, aku nak check apa episod terbaru Kupas. Tapi situ kat kampung, line hampir gila. Diorang kata nak signal bagus, pergi area sungai. Kena ada saintis jelaskan ni, macam mana dekat kampung line teruk. Dekat sungai okey pula. Apa topik diorang buat kali ni? Hudud, isi periuk nasi. Apa? Viral sial!
Sejak bila ni? Oi, Kelantan. Lupa pula, Mak. Finally, mimpi PAS untuk melaksanakan hudud di Kelantan datang menjema. Okeylah. Korang ni dah bertahun bising pasal hudud. I pun dah malas lah nak kupas. Tapi ada satu yang nak tanya. Apa jadi dengan nasib mangsa banjir rakyat Kelantan? 3 bulan dah mereka masih tak ada rumah. Inilah ilmu politik biasanya. Agama digunakan untuk mengaburi mata rakyat dari isu yang penting macam ekonomi dan pentadbiran. Bila dah sampai masanya, tak tahulah kalau hudud tu boleh isi periuk nasi kita.
Tak sangka video yang Aisyah tolong hostkan tu boleh jadi serius macam tu sekali. Selama ni apa aku buat boleh kata agak daring juga. Adakah demokrasi di Malaysia hanya satu ilusi? Islam sebenar ke Islam tipu? Tengok, lagi provokatif kadang. Kalau aku yang kena, tak apalah. Aku punya slot. Aku yang tulis kebanyakan skrip. Aku yang prepare semua benda. Aisyah yang gantikan aku tu cuma lakonkan skrip yang orang lain tulis je. Kesian weh. Aku pun akan pilih topik priority kalau aku buat video tu. Masa aku pergi Kelantan, dah berbulan dah banjir tu surut. Tapi ramai penduduk Kelantan masih terumbang ambing tau nak bina balik hidup diorang. Yang tak ada rumah, yang tinggal dalam kemah, dan harta benda diorang dah habis hanyut di bawah banjir. Teruk keadaan diorang. Tapi video yang menyampaikan mesej tentang keutamaan keperluan rakyat Kelantan, lagi-lagi mangsa banjir, dianggap menghina dan mempersoal hukum wuduk. Video tu jadi viral sampai berpuluh ribu orang tengok, share dan komen marah-marah. Ramai penonton tersinggung sampai ada yang nak ugut pukul, bakar, bunuh dan rogol Aisyah. Media menghangatkan lagi kes ni sampai masuk TV. Front page paper terpampang Mufti Kelantan suruh Aisyah bertaubat. Polis pula siasat Aisyah dan tim BFM Kupas. Aku tertanya juga, kalau akulah yang buat video tu, rasa-rasa boleh meletup gempa satu Malaysia tak? Apa ni? Apa ni? Besar lah tu. Oh, Kelantan. Oh, lupa maknya. Rasanya aku lagi lawak. Kan? Aku sebenarnya tak berapa faham apa yang kecoh sangat ni. Sensitif sangat ke hudud ni sampai kalau sebut je jadi kontroversi.
Jenayah hudud merujuk kepada jenayah-jenayah yang telah dinyatakan dalam Al-Quran. Jadi kalau kita nak katakan abaikan undang-undang hudud tersebut, susah untuk kita terima kalau kita orang Islam. Tetapi andai kata kalau mana-mana pihak merasakan bahawa hudud itu tidak dilaksanakan dalam cara yang bersesuaian, saya kata, sememangnya mereka memiliki hak untuk menyuarakan dalam aspek mana hudud tersebut tidak sesuai.
Jadi Ahmad Nizam dah tengok video Aisyah Tajuddin.
Kalau pilihan diberi kepada saya tidak akan memilih cara beliau. Kemungkinan sesuai untuk kita membuat komen-komen dengan cara yang lebih halus, dengan cara yang lebih hormat. Tetapi saya tak akan kata beliau bersalah. So saya ikut contoh Imam Maliki, Imam Hambali dalam pendekatan mereka apabila berbeza dari segi pendekatan yang perlu diambil. Mereka cuma menyatakan, saya selesa dengan pandangan saya, ya. Tetapi saya tak menyatakan bahawa pandangan you salah.
Aku masa muda-muda dulu, aku tak ada sikap boleh tolerate dengan lain-lain pandangan macam style Nizam ni. Masa tu aku ingat Islam ni perlu dipertahankan. Tuhan ni kita manusia yang kena jaga dia. Jadi kalau ada orang yang cakap lain macam sikit pasal Islam ni, siap lah. Memang aku kutuk kau-kau punya. Hari berikutnya aku lepak kat taman. Masih duk fikir apa yang Nizam cakap. Okeylah, fine. Jenayah hudud ada dalam Quran. Tapi takkan itu je jadi punca orang mengamuk sakan. Rasanya baik aku tanya je orang ramai apa pandangan diorang pasal video tu.
First time tengok video tu, semestinya majoriti akan rasa marah. Isu-isu yang berkaitan dengan perkara khusus macam Islamik, terutamanya perkara hudud ni, seharusnya tu biarlah yang pakar yang menjawabnya.
There's bound to be some kind of backlash, but there shouldn't be any backlash. People should take a step back and view her opinion and decide based on her opinion, her message, rather than just how the video was shot.
Dia macam nak pelekehkan kenapa Kelantan buat hudud, semua tu lah.
Dia tak cerita pasal hukum, tapi dia nak beritahu pasal keutamaan rakyat Kelantan, kerajaan Kelantan, sama ada nak utamakan hudud atau tolong orang masa banjir dulu. Kita tak perasan benda tu.
Sebabnya cara video tu, mesej yang sebenarnya, mesej yang baik yang kau betul-betul nak sampaikan tu tak nampak pun dekat pandangan masyarakat.
Nampaknya kebanyakan yang menonton video tu tak suka style video tu. Dia kata style video tu macam menghina, mengejek hudud. Jadi mesej video tu dah terabai. Lagi satu, pandangan tentang hudud kat Malaysia ni bukan satu je sebenarnya. Ada rencam dan bermacam. Dan yang paling ketara, ramai tak berani nak ke depan untuk bagi pandangan diorang. Malah yang tak suka video tu pun tak berani juga. Ada yang kata takut kena kecam, ada takut kena mak, ada takut diugut, ada yang takut hilang beasiswa. Jadi persoalannya, di mana lagi tempat selamat di ruang awam yang boleh kita luahkan pandangan kita? Aku masih memikirkan pasal kontroversi online sebab lepas satu-satu dan bukan sekadar kena kecam, babe. Masuk jail pun ada. Dan aku tertanya, adakah orang ramai yang aku jumpa ni takut nak meluahkan pandangan diorang di ruang awam sebab terkesan atau dipengaruhi dengan histeria, kecaman, kata-kata kesat dalam kontroversi-kontroversi online ni?
Pada hari yang sama, video Aisyah ni keluar, enactment hudud di Kelantan dah lulus. Jadi topik tu dah memang hangat. Pada hari yang hangat dan keluar pula video yang hangat, dia meletup. Social media ni juga big business. Dia nak mendapatkan banyak likes, banyak komen lagi dalam page dia supaya bila dia dapat banyak like, dia boleh jual posting dia dengan harga lebih tinggi. Dan marah ni adalah elemen yang paling orang cepat share berbanding elemen yang shocking, berbanding elemen yang menakutkan ataupun lawak ataupun konten yang menjijikkan. Facebook pages ni mensensasikan jugalah cerita ni. Dan diorang akan letak title yang sensasi. Aisyah perlekeh hukum Islam. Aisyah persenda hukum Allah. Orang yang tak tengok video tu, kalau dia baca title tu pun, dia dah akan rasa marah. Pada masa saya tracking hari tu, at one point tu, views dia dalam 15,000 tapi share dia dah dekat 30,000. Jadi ini tunjuk orang tak tengok pun video tu. Orang komen based on tajuk Facebook pages ni or status dia apa yang dia tulis kat situ. So at that point, setengah orang yang tengok. Tengok pun mungkin tak habis.
Baru aku tahu, dunia online ni sebenarnya banyak cabaran-cabaran dia untuk dialog. Macam mana nak pastikan mesej aku tu boleh sampai? At least orang boleh faham lah apa yang aku nak utarakan dulu sebelum nak serang aku. So aku cari pakar-pakar untuk tolong aku analisa video Aisyah dan juga video kupas yang aku jadi host sebelum ni.
Fokus satu mesej tetapi keep repeating the message.
Saya menggunakan demographics itu untuk memberitahu saya mungkin boleh menggunakan humor yang berbeza dan terpulang kepada siapa yang berdepan dengan kita.
Effective communication kena ada 3C. Credibility, charisma, command.
Make fun of yourself first before you make fun of other people.
Tanya ni tu jangan gini-gini sangatlah.
Apa pun dia orang berkenan kat aku.
Saya tanya staff-staff saya kan. Dia kata, wah, this guy, okay lah, very cool dude, you know. Yeah, he's a cool dude, but I'm not getting his message.
Fail. Tapi kan, ada satu benda yang aku perasan semua orang setuju.
Perempuan is a easy target lah. Orang lagi suka troll kepada perempuan berbanding lelaki. Sebab bila perempuan ni, dia both sides akan troll dia. Perempuan pun suka troll perempuan, lelaki pun suka troll perempuan.
Gender tu besar impak dia. Sebab bila tengok perempuan, so terus tutup. Ataupun condemn. Dia tak ada bagi masa untuk menapis apa yang Aisyah nak bentangkan ni.
Oleh kerana Aisyah adalah seorang perempuan, reaksi ataupun reaction ataupun dalam bahasa Cina, reaksi lebih sebab dia perempuan yang memberikan mesej ini. Bila orang tengok muka awak, dia orang kata, next video, next. Benda tu takkan viral.
Jadi ini mungkin sifat manusia, society kita yang kita lebih senang nak attack orang yang kononnya lemah lah, dipandang lemah.
Tu dia. Semua cakap pasal Aisyah tu perempuan. Well, memang cara masyarakat layan lelaki dan perempuan berbeza. Sampai ada rasa, biasalah. Tu yang sampai tak perasan ada double standard. Kadang-kadang, cuba kita tengok sekeliling. Misalnya, bila lelaki cakap babi, macho. babi.
Tapi kalau perempuan yang cakap mesti...
Oi! Pak, sensor! Babi betul. Cuba tengok kes Farah Ann. Bising semua orang pasal gimnastik pakai baju macam tu. Padahal, kita tak nampak bising yang sama untuk sukan orang lelaki walaupun pakai spender. Ramai orang rasa berkuasa untuk buli orang yang dianggap lebih lemah. Ni, kalau berada ni, ada orang berani buli. Golongan berkuasa macam ahli parlimen, menteri sendiri, ada juga yang kritik hudud. Tahun lepas Dr. Mahathir masuk TV. Dia kata kalau ikut hudud PAS, lama-lama nanti orang Islam tak ada tangan. Yang tu tak jadi viral pula. Tak ada pula orang nak ugut rogol dia, bunuh dia macam Aisyah. Ugutan rogol ni jelas satu cubaan nak mendominasi perempuan. Nak menghukum perempuan sebab berani bersuara benda yang dianggap mencabar. Pernah dengar lelaki kena ugutan rogol? Kenapa kalau perempuan cakap tak nak dengar? Senang diserang. Walaupun mesejnya sama. Kan perempuan tu manusia juga. Pada waktu tu aku rasa macam nak jumpa dengan salah satu NGO yang hentam video kau-kau. NGO ni ada yang cakap ekstrim jugalah.
Dalam Islam pun dia open, siapa pun boleh berbincang apa-apa pun dalam dunia ni, bawah langit ni kan. Cuma kadang bukan kita nak bincang, saya tengok, tapi lebih kepada provokatif, mengapi-apikan. Jadi sudah tentu bila keluar video ini dan digambarkan seolah-olah hudud ini satu yang lekeh dan tak sesuai dan menjadi persendaan. Maknanya niat you mungkin baik kan, tetapi cara you sampaikan itu saya pasti agak ofensif sikitlah kepada orang Islam terutamanya kan. Saya bersetuju kalau nak disebut bahawa mungkin ada prioriti lain di Kelantan ataupun di seluruh negara misalnya, because kita pun mengalami masalah ekonomi sekarang ini. Saya rasa perkara ini banyak kena dibahaskan dan mencapai satu resolusi sama ada benda ini harus dilaksanakan ataupun tidak oleh semua pihak.
Saudara Aminuddin ni bagi aku agak munasabah dan senang diajak bincang. Siap boleh setuju lagi, mungkin ada keutamaan lain di Kelantan atau Malaysia ni yang perlu dipertimbangkan. Cuma yang sedihnya waktu video Aisyah tu keluar, ISMA sebagai NGO tak pula menggerakkan dialog tentang keutamaan di Kelantan. Yang diorang sibuk cuma mengecam. Kata Aisyah tak berpelajaran, nak beri Aisyah pakej tarbiyah. Dalam website utama ISMA je, ada lebih kurang 10 artikel diterbitkan dalam masa 5 hari pasal video tu. Tanpa ketengahkan isu keutamaan kat Kelantan. Kalau tersinggung dengan sketsa tu, cakap je lah sketsa tu melampau. Tapi mesej video tu ada merit dia. Ini dah macam ada agenda nak menakut-nakutkan semua orang. Tengok tu, ada orang mula mempersoalkan yang bukan-bukan. Ini aku takut lama-lama buat orang tak berani nak luah pandangan dekat ruang awam. Sebab sekarang semua macam ketakutan gila ni.
Orang Malaysia pada zaman ni agak sensitif. Ataupun dalam bahasa Malaysia, sensitif.
Nak cakap benda kecil pun cuak, bai.
Ni bro, muka dah blur belum? Muka dah blur. Suara dah tukar. Ini nak cakap benda sensitif ni. Ini semua kena sensor. Kan keluarga kena cari, kena ugut, rogol, bunuh semua. Dah, okey. Ni ada benda aku nak cakap ni. Pisang goreng cheese ialah benda paling tak make sense kat KL ni, tahu tak? Gay gila. Cheese, pisang. Tak pisang siapa tak? Lega dapat luahkan. Muka blur Confirm Nama Edri Faizal.
Sama lah macam aku, terkial-kial nak ikut nasihat pakar yang bertimbun tu. Sebab apa? Sebab kita sekarang hidup dalam zaman yang sensitif dan penuh dengan ketakutan. Kita adalah pertubuhan report polis. Kalau kita tak ada, siapa nak report polis? Of course, macam masa hari tu Kupas jadi kontroversi. Ayah pun muncul lah. Apa yang suka sangat report polis ni sebenarnya?
Tujuan dia satu-satu isu yang mengakibatkan rakyat marah. Bila kita buat report, jadi meredakan keadaan. Terus kes tu dia stop.
Okey, aku tak pastilah macam mana report polis ni boleh mententeramkan keadaan. Aku rasa kalau report polis ni nanti akan datang lagi satu round laporan media dan ada kemungkinan boleh kena tindakan undang-undang. Dan ini hanya menambah lagi ketakutan terhadap mangsa keadaan macam Aisyah tu.
Aisyah minta maaf, saya salut dia. Terbaik. Seorang yang mempunyai iman yang sangat kuat. Keep it up. Dan ayah menyerulah kepada rakyat seluruhnya, jangan mengapa-ngapakan Aisyah. Saya pula kawal report polis, siapa yang menghina Aisyah pula apa ni? Kan? Kena kan?
Aku ada nak tanya khabar Aisyah, tapi Aisyah masih trauma dan takut untuk bercerita tentang apa yang dah berlaku.
Aisyah semacam takut sangat-sangat. Dia tak boleh tidur. Dia memang betul-betul sangka orang akan bunuh dia, orang akan rogol dia, sehingga dia kena potong rambut dia dan pakai topi, nak keluar pun takut. Sebab mungkin dia takut orang baling asid lah. Pada hari ketiga, apabila saya membaca satu berita, Aisyah Tajuddin boleh dipenjarakan selama setahun. Saya pula jadi trauma. Hari yang paling hitam sekali dalam hidup saya adalah pada hari di mana Aisyah pergi membuat polis report. Malam tu saya pun tak boleh nak tidur sebab saya takut anak saya direman. Saya amat sedih sekali pada pagi itu sehingga saya menangis depan isteri saya. Anak saya tidak berniat untuk menghina hudud, cuma membuat satu statement politik. Untuk Aisyah sekarang ni dia pun masih trauma. Kesan pada dia memang sampai ke hari inilah.
Berkali-kali jumpa orang yang ketakutan. Takut kalau bercakap nanti kena tindakan. Selepas bercakap pula kena ugutan.
The biggest problem we face today is the fact that we're getting very ambiguous signals from the government and from the institutions that are responsible for this sort of thing. Something can be seditious today, but not seditious tomorrow. Yes. You can say things about this particular group, and it's not sensitive, but you can say things about this group, and it's very sensitive. The more that happens, extreme positions are being given license to do what they're doing. They feel that it's okay to do it. You know, when certain things are said, there's an arrest, but other things are said, no arrest. And people say, well, how do I know what is acceptable and what is not? How do I know what I can speak about and what I can't? And so then there's this chilling factor that sets in, right? People just stop talking. And that's really, really not a good situation because there are issues that need to be discussed. I was involved in work that was perceived as being anti-Islamic. I was doing work with cases involving people who had wanted to assert their freedom of religion as Muslims. They wanted to say that they were of a different faith. And they were being stopped by the administrative structures. So that apparently was controversial. And there were death threats. And initially you think, wow, what a joke, man, because these things don't happen in this country and it's not going to be anything. But when you see thousands of these posters online, and as time wore on, you realize that, oh, you were vulnerable because it's the guys who will come up at you and slap you or beat you or stab you or whatever, or worse. And you don't know whether that's going to happen.
Masa tu aku nervous juga. Dulu aku benci kot kat dia.
Yeah, this is the first confession that I did since I born. I just know that people say that, okay, this Lina Joy is at apostate, you are the lawyer, so I joined the mob and I think like, yeah, let's hate this guy because he insult religion and everything. So
it's funny because I was never even Lina Joy's lawyer. I acted for the Bar Council.
The funny thing is that I'm not really carefully look into the case and everything. I just believe at the propaganda that have been thrown on the internet that you should hunt this man down and do whatever violence it permits because you are insulting Islam, you are against Islam. Because back then, for me, Islam is everything and this is the way for you to protect Islam.
But Islam is still important to you, right?
Yes, still important to me. Yeah, that's the thing.
But then you've evolved.
Yeah, I'm evolved.
But what's changed your identity? Why do you have a different
identity? I think do a lot of reading and most importantly, mix with a lot of people. So you're not just like the Malay said, katak bawah tempurung. Because the more people you mix with, the more people you talk, the more people you have dialogue, the more people that come and challenge your belief, the more you have exchanged your opinion and everything, that's kind of open up your worldview. And I start to see that this is not the way for you to like protecting Islam or whatever. So for me, God and His religion don't need us, the weak being, to protect them. This idea has changed me, and I think that's how also changed my view on you. Because, hey, I used to hate this guy, and I never met him. And I used to think that he's some sort of big guy who was so tough, and just to see like he's a very humble lawyer here with me, and somehow it's made me feel like, okay, I'm kind of idiot back then.
I won't moralize. I mean, you're entitled to your view, and I understand why you might have thought the way you did. And the fact that you and I can now sit down and talk, you may still disagree with me on some of the things I'm saying, but we will walk away from this thinking, okay, you know, he may have a view on this, and I'm going to go back and think about how that shapes my idea of how things should be, and move on from that. But thank you for telling me.
Lepas jumpa Malik Imtiaz dan ayah Aisyah, aku boleh nampak sekarang ni siapa sebenarnya mangsa dalam isu macam ni. Dulu dalam pandangan aku, orang macam Malik Imtiaz bukan mangsa, tapi dialah pengancamnya. Sikap kita yang bantai-membantai dalam ruang awam, kecam sebelum berfikir, atau kecam sampai nak bertindak ganas, ni semua akan menimbulkan kegelisahan. Ini bermakna suara orang akan disenyapkan oleh ketakutan. Macam mana nak ada ruang awam yang selamat untuk semua? Aku terfikir macam mana keadaan Kelantan yang dah dekat nak raya masa tu. Dah pulih ke? Sebab orang macam dah tak bercerita lagi dah pasal keadaan mangsa banjir kat Kelantan. Adakah kontroversi macam video kupas ni dah mengalih perhatian kita daripada isu-isu sebenar yang jauh lebih penting?
Naik kuat lah ya, air derah. Lepas tu, saya pindah ke tu lah, tinggal dari kertas semalam ni. Duduk dari kertas tu lah, tidur situ lah. Budak-budak ni pun duduk dalam hujan. Ni takut semua jerit nangis ni. Basah semua sampai pagi. Lepas tu tengok semua lah rumah hanyut. Tak ada rumah langsung. Saya duduk kemah kecil tu lah.
Yang kemah kecil.
Macam tu, macam kat luar. Duduk situ lah. Panas lagi. Sedih lah kita tak ada rumah ni. Duduk. Semualah keluarga duduk tu. 13/2 tu suami saya meninggal. Dan di kemah tu lah. Lepas tu dia tak ada. Saya duduk dengan anak-anak lah. Ni dengan anak-anak ni. Keluarga anak ramai anak.
Berapa ramai anak?
Anak 10. 5 bulan duduk dalam kemah. Sebulan duduk dalam rumah. Rumah sementara lah ni. Kan dia tak bagi lagi.
Sedih aku tengok. Memang ada improvement. Tapi masih terlalu banyak yang kena diusahakan.
Statistik rasmi yang kita dapat daripada federal sendiri and then daripada bancian kampung sendiri lebih kurang 130,000 mangsa banjir di seluruh negeri Kelantan. Kalau rujuk pada laporan dalam paper ke dalam media-media daripada kerajaan apa sendirilah, kita diberi anggapan bahawa hampir 50% yang dah ada tempat kediaman selesa. Tapi kalau pergi dekat ground sendiri, sebenarnya dalam 15 to 20% saja yang ada kediaman. Kebanyakannya, majoritinya masih tinggal dalam kemah lagi. Sambut Ramadan dalam kemah, Hari Raya pun maybe orang masih duduk dalam kemah. Sekarang kita ada 6 bulan dah selepas banjir. So, setakat ni aku ada pengalaman lah bersahur dengan diorang dalam kemah, buka puasa dengan diorang dalam kemah. Teruk, weh. Kau tak rasa macam kau duduk dalam Malaysia ke? Sebagai anak Kelantan sendirilah, aku rasa terlalu disappoint lah dengan apa yang berlaku. Kau macam kalau kau tengok keadaan, kau rasa terlalu sedih lah. Tak sepatutnya benda ni berlaku dalam negeri Kelantan. Dengan janji nak buat 2,600 rumah, sampai sekarang berapa je yang dia buat. Kau sebagai MB, kau sebagai TMB, kau duduk dalam rumah aircon. Kau duduk, kau pergi mana-mana, kau buat kereta, kau nak makan ke apa semua, bersuap orang datang hantar itu ni semua. Perfect, orang cakap. Tapi kau punya rakyat duduk dalam kemah macam tu. Tengah hari panas, malam hujan dengan selutnya apa. Budak sekolah, bayi, orang tua yang sakit kritikal, macam-macam ada lagi dalam tu. Kau tak pernah peduli, kau sibuk dengan hudud. Bila kita mengkritik bab hudud, bukan kata kita menolak hudud. Maknanya kau kena dahulukan apa yang perlu didahulukan dulu. Semua masalah ni dia takkan selesai dengan kau laksanakan hudud. Masalah yang ada ni, masalah rumah, masalah tempat tinggal, ini orang cakap perkara asas. Bila kau nak laksanakan hudud, kau kena pastikan kehidupan rakyat kau betul-betul okey. Tapi kau sibuk nak hukum orang je. Too much politik sampai kau lupa kau punya tanggungjawab. Kau lupa dekat rakyat kau, rakyat yang angkat kau sekarang. Dan dari satu hari nanti rakyat kau yang akan turunkan balik kau. Sure yang tu.
So, okey lah Aku nak kena get ready untuk show kupas. So, terima kasih banyak. Thank you.
Thank you much.
Terima kasih banyak. Rasanya lah, kalau nak jadi keyboard warrior, mungkin keadaan orang Kelantan yang terpaksa beraya dan kemah tu lagi patut diperjuangkan dengan membara sekali. Ya, ada orang tak suka benda-benda serius dibincang dengan cara sketsa atau jenaka. Okey, fine, tak apa. Tapi jenaka ni ada kelebihan dia.
Satira bagi saya mustahab untuk melihat sesuatu ataupun cuba nak memahamkan sesuatu dengan cara yang lembut. Maksudnya bukan dengan cara yang agresif. We get to laugh at something. And satire is a way for us to deal with ataupun to handle issues. Dan lawak digunakan untuk melihat sesuatu daripada perspektif yang berlainan.
Lagi satu, kita boleh tengok macam mana mereka yang berkuasa boleh lepas daripada tindakan. Manakala yang tak berkuasa dibuli dan diketepikan. Macam Aisyah, macam mangsa banjir di Kelantan. Jadi satira ni boleh menjadi cara untuk kita menegur mereka yang berkuasa dan memberi suara kepada mereka yang lemah. Cuma aku kena belajar buat sketsa yang lebih tepat dan setia dengan mesej supaya audiens tak keliru. Tapi tersinggung, salah faham, ni semua tak boleh nak elak. Sedangkan lidah lagi tergigit. Betul tak? Bagi aku, ruang awam ni perlu jadi satu tempat untuk kita semua boleh luahkan apa sahaja pandangan kita berkenaan dengan hal-hal yang kesannya kena kat semua. Hanya apabila pandangan berbeza didebat dan dibahas, barulah kita boleh nampak jawapan terbaik yang mungkin kita tak dapat fikir dengan sendirinya. Dan hasilnya, satu penyelesaian yang boleh diangkat semua. Kalau kau tak suka poin aku, cara aku meluahkan, bahaslah. Jangan cuba menekan dengan ugutan, keganasan atau kuasa politik. Kurang-kurang tengok video aku sampai habis. Ramai kata ruang untuk kita berbincang dah makin menguncup. Sinilah tempat kupas. Inilah peranan kupas. Tawarkan pandangan berlainan. Rancakkan lagi perbincangan supaya semua dapat saling belajar dan semakin matang berdepan dengan perbezaan. Ini perjuangan aku untuk tolak balik. Biar luaskan semula ruang ni.
Kau buat apa sini?
Shoot kupas.
Esok ah?
Lah esok pula. Babi aku tak ada jauh kot. Apa pula esok? Bukan ini ke? Kau jangan bohong, bye.
Untuk Aisyah dia kena jumpa ayah lah. Saya boleh mandikan dia.
Okay, with that video, it sets the stage for the first panel discussion titled Reflecting on Media Environment, Connecting Past and Present. So with our stage set for the next panel discussion, I would now like to invite the moderator, Mr. Sharat Kutan from BFM, and the next panel up on stage. So for this panel discussion, the speakers would be Ms. Anna Har, the co-founder of the Freedom Film Network, Ms. Har, followed by Ms. Tan Li Chin, the Group Chief Operating Officer for Media Chinese International Limited Malaysia, Ms. Angela M. Kudadas, Partner Director of Chris Network, and Yang Berbahagia Datuk Kamil Othman, Chairman of the National Film Development Corporation Malaysia, FINAS. A big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, everybody. Hey, all right. Because of some constraints of time, this panel is not going to be an hour long. It's going to be shorter. We'll have 45 minutes of a discussion and hopefully take off from viral CL and move on to more contemporary concerns. So the panelists have been introduced to you. But before we begin, I just wanted to say, I was the executive producer on that video that you just saw. The time at which this crisis broke out for us was an interesting one because, yes, there were people threatening Aisha and the station, but there were also people who are very supportive. And at one point, a cake arrived at BFM in its own office in BU8. And it was a beautiful, large cake that was meant as a sign of support. But we were, in fact, so terrified that it might be poisoned that that cake was dumped. So it was a big win for our waistlines, but you know, it was about the soil of distrust in Malaysian society, that we couldn't have a conversation, a civilized conversation, without individuals taking advantage of that. And one thing to note, and it's not in the documentary because it was made sometimes far too early at that point, nobody was charged for threatening Asia.
Even from the, the production side. And today, of course, technically, like Air Asia, anyone can make a film kind of thing. While all that environment is going on, what we have actually not done well is actually to educate or to create a new generation of audience. So it's all about production, but we never get the audience ready to accept things other than what they're used to. Now, whether this has to do with the education system or not, I mean, I think there is a connection there. So we are well prepared for technology uptake on the making of, on the providing of experience and expression, but we have not actually trained the audience to accept this. So that's why the problem in Malaysia, actually, despite what many might say, okay, they have different views, the most important is that we are still afraid to touch on certain thematic items. So the television is not having dramas that slowly ease you into these kind of issues. And cinema, certainly for the sake, except for the art films, they are not ready to see this as part and parcel of a, how shall we say it, of a business or an entrepreneurial capacity. Even the way that we approve grants, for instance, is all based on commercial potential. But at the same time, I would say that even the artists themselves, the creators themselves, they would have the leeway by which you could introduce things inside without being too serious. I think Harith mentioned it earlier, through humor and satire, or what I would call the animal farm impact. So most of the creatives that we know here want to say things direct. But you and I know that in Malaysia, for the time being at least, you are more creative when you talk around things rather than about things.
Right. Okay, we'll come back to that about and I think there can be a real discussion about the strategies that Kupas took in presenting the question of governance and the way in which politics in Malaysia operates. But can I ask you, Lucien, just again about Virus Yao and that moment? I don't remember it personally from that time, but what are your thoughts about the documentary and also the episode, more importantly?
Hi, thank you for having me here again. So I think I have to sort of like agree with Anna. When I look at the video again, I revisited it because I'm coming onto this panel, right? I think it's still very relevant. When we talk about freedom of expression, we are talking about your right to offend and your right not to be offended, and whether, the balance between the both. So we sort of like, when coming from a media, and when I look at the hudud issue is always a very important issue for me coming from a Chinese media background, because we represent the voice of people, like, we might have a say, and also we need to educate and inform our audience what hudud is all about, and when the law is implemented, how is it going to impact our audience. That's a very important issue, and how we actually present it on our media in this environment. We always have to be very careful or mindful of the things that we do. So I think in the documentary, I think it was mentioned a lot of times, the form of expression. So how do we express ourselves, yet we do not let people, we can bring up the substance of the message. It's very, very important. And it's more important because if you talk about the media environment now, we have a lot of gatekeeper, and one of the gatekeeper is the algorithm of tech giants. From a news media perspective, if we want to produce some content professionally, verified content, but are we more, are we as influenced as we used to be before? Can this content really reach the audience to create the impact that we want? I think these are some issues that we as media practitioners really need to look into and be very mindful of. So I think revisiting Viral Sial put me rethink about how we do things, and I think we are braver now compared to 6 years ago in touching a lot of issues that used to be sensitive. I joined the media industry 15 years ago. That's a very different backdrop. We talk about people reading behind the lines, reporting news behind the lines. We are much more freer now. We are 73 on the World Press Freedom Index, but are we really free? I think that is also something that we really need to look. I think that's what mentioned something that's very good. Our audience, are they up to the standard? I think quality journalism deserves quality audience as well. Digital literacy is very important. There are a lot of things to talk about. Sure, okay. I don't know whether that makes sense.
Quality audience, that's a big one. But Angela, again, your thoughts on because in many ways this issue was quite gendered. Everybody talks about how it was Aisha's video. I think Melissa can attest to it. She was at BFM as well then. Aisha was actually not the scriptwriter. So the people responsible for the script were kind of hidden from view. So Asif Azuddin, David Bowie, who was the director, they were not as much critical input into the shaping of that particular episode of Kupas than Aisha did. Aisha in many ways was talent. I mean, she brought her own comic genius to the role, but she became the center of that controversy. Could you tell us, from your point of view, what that episode is emblematic of?
Yeah, I think there are 3 key points that came out from the documentary film. The gendered aspect, right? The fact that people just didn't like how she spoke is actually very problematic. And then because the kind of violence that she faces is actually very normalized. It's normalized in our society. So to say that our audience is not ready for it, I think it's also problematic, because we've had 50 years of organized mobilization among women's rights and groups and women's movements to counter and to advocate against violence against women, against gender-based violence. So for the fact that the culture hasn't changed, right? It means that something is perpetuating or encouraging that kind of culture, normalizing that kind of culture of hate and violence. So where does that come from? We know, for example, like in the last general elections, there was a lot of gender disinformation against women political candidates, right? So a woman political candidate cannot stand for elections without filling the role of the stereotypical female, but at the same time, if she's too beautiful or sexy, she's a whore, a prostitute, or available. So the woman cannot win in this kind of space, whether it's digital, online. Remember, it's an extension of our reality. Yeah, so it's not fake. It is real, and very real for Aisha, in terms of what she experienced, in terms of what the father experienced, because I had a chance to speak with the father about 2 years after, and he said it was an extremely dark period and he didn't want to talk about it. And Aisha disappeared completely from public life. So if we scale that up to, yes, at the individual level, it impacted them so badly, but at the national level, what kind of society do we want is the question, right? And we know political parties are just as guilty. You hire cyber troopers, you attack women political candidates, you normalize this kind of speech, and then you have state actors, the police, who don't look at what harm is being done, who is being harmed, who is the actual perpetrator of that harm, and what is the proportionate response, right? So they don't ask all these 4 questions, but they just follow the rhetoric, or they follow the pattern that has already been set, yeah, by government. I think this documentary also shows that information, transparency of information is critical. People don't know what's happening in Kelantan. You see the man talk about the real situation on the ground in Kelantan and how he had tears in his eyes. But nobody knows about that. You know, nobody knows about the reality that it's only what, at that point, 15%, 20% of redress, effective redress for people who didn't have houses, right? But the news that we get, the fake news, that doesn't come from people, it comes from government, 50%. Fake news is the clickbait, right? Media uses clickbait. Media uses viral posts on social media to make news, but it's all clickbait. And that, for me, is fake news. That, for me, is deliberate misinformation, which is actually disinformation.
Yeah, so just to note, David Boye was the director of KUPAS. He worked for BFM at that point in time, and he was also the director, Lawad Mayong Moda, I believe, was the director of KUPAS, the documentary that actually went to many festivals, to my utter shame, and I'm with BFM now, we kind of disavow that documentary too. So I think the very typical response of Malaysians and Malaysian organizations, institutional response, is to try to de-escalate moments of tension and crisis. And sometimes in that strategy of de-escalation, something even our lawyers spoke about at that point, is that you actually double victimize the victim. So the victims are doubly victimized because you don't recognize that they are in fact at the center of this, because there is no justice for them, right? So there was no justice for Aisha, there was no justice for BFM, the perpetrators were never taken to court. Now it was a bit more amorphous in a situation where this was not an attack by the state, it was not an attack by a particular organization, it was the larger public, and so these are the curious things. I think Freedom Film Festival, we can just extend this discussion beyond ViralCL, is to the question of freedom of expression. Anna, your platform, you gave a platform to ViralCL, as you've given to many other documentaries looking at sensitive or very important issues. How has that journey been for you? Is the platform, has it been under threat in the past? How have you secured it as a space for creativity?
Thanks, Sharad. How to say this? Okay, so the Freedom Film Fest, basically in this kind of environment, I think where everybody cannot speak openly, we try to encourage a culture where we call it a courageous conversation culture, where you can use a film, talk about it openly in a civil, peaceful manner. I think that's what, like the film just now, a lot of people criticize the form, right? So we are all like, oh, media practitioners, or we don't have the skill, or we need to say in a certain way so that people can accept. But since when is violence acceptable as a response to something you don't like, So that's the big question, I feel. And the narrative is that this kind of violence is not acceptable, has not been the main narrative. It's been, please de-escalate, we want peace. But it should have been, violence is not acceptable in Malaysian society. So the response of, say, even the authorities, okay, maybe they didn't ask BFM take it down, but even silence or not supporting Aisha or BFM openly actually reaffirms that, yeah, we better keep quiet because, so it kind of disempowers media and producers a lot. Whereas I think the culture that I think Film Fest is trying to, or Film Network is trying to encourage, is that speaking out is good, but speaking out in a peaceful manner. That's what I feel Malaysia needs. And that's coming back to education. You can do it in school, but most of us out of school already, so we still need to engage. So we need more private, public spaces where culturally, through films, through discussions, we kind of inculcate this way of talking that even though I don't understand or I don't accept what you say, we can do it properly lah. Yeah.
Okay, so one person that ought to be on this panel isn't here is Edri Faisal. He was the star of the documentary. In fact, he was the anchor for Kupas, except in that one episode. He, of course, is now an elected member of the State Assembly of Selangor. He's gone on to be a politician and quite a popular one at that. So he unfortunately couldn't make it because he's not well. So we don't have a kind of a government perspective, but in places that we have Kamil, who actually leads a government institution, right? FINAS is a very important body for at least filmmakers in the creative field. But I want to ask you, we talk about educating audiences. Do we have to educate our leaders? Don't we also have to educate people in government so that they also know what is the message to give during these moments of crisis? Is that also a problem? Do you find that your political masters don't quite understand freedom of expression?
Well, to answer that, it's a bit like saying the difference between an audience for the commercial film and the art film. I mean, let's face facts. Malaysia had a film called Tiger Stripes that won the Grand Prix in the Cannes last week. Yep, it won the grand prize. Now, who do you think will be excited about it? Just a few of us. If you take the whole country, maybe only a handful. But at the same time, when you talk about Mat Kilau, everybody is jumping up and down right now, you know, the biggest thing. I'm not giving a judgment on the film themselves, but I'm talking about the audience, how we receive things. So, which means that even politicians, or whoever, they are still the product of an education system. And I can confess that as someone who grew up in the 60s, actually I was brought up quite well. Quite well enough to believe that there are different people in the world, there are different cultures, and there are different styles of doing things. And that is not from the house, from the school system, the education system. Now, here I'm talking about 60s, 70s. I'm revealing my age, of course. But yes, I think I grew up to be the very kind of person that we are all hoping that most Malaysians would be, because no judgment, no judgments made. And no such thing as, if I do not know the person, I would tell. But look at what has happened in reality. Social media has actually brought out the worst kind of freedom of expression champions. They say whatever they want, but the quality of that freedom is sometimes make you say, oh, this is a very good comedy show. I mean, our minister just mentioned the other day that Tiger Stripes won an award. You look at the comments in Facebook. These are the people that we say they either go back to school or the school have wrongly taught them. Now, what has caused all these people to exist? You talk about that, they brought out Anwar, the untold story, yang tak relevant. That is the Malaysian punya best characteristic. To divert attention by bringing in things that have nothing to do with the matter itself. Now, you ask me, okay, product of the 60s, what was right at that time? What was right at that time was this. One was a multi-perspective, multicultural look at things. Yep, start from the parents. Like I remember my parents, I wanted to go to see a film called The Greatest Story Ever Told. Needed 30 cents to watch the show. So I had to see my mother, and all my mother said was, that film stops at Jesus, Nabi Isa. Our prophet is after that. That's all. There's no rhetoric about, oh, you'll be influenced. You'll be this, you'll be that. Now, that was the 60s. There was no fear of that, that other layer.
Okay, you can't obviously, you're not a minister yet. As somebody who heads FINAS, as an institution, can FINAS promote the conversation on tolerance and acceptance of difference?
Yes, we could, because film is the media. Let's take the United States right now. The most common thing in the US right now is that almost every program, or even in Britain for that matter, to encourage the ethnic relationships, you look at the kind of changes they have. You can even talk about James Bond from, Idris Elba now? Whereas once upon a time it was a no-no because Bond is supposed to be a Caucasian. Stranger Things. You find new generation of Americans, Indians, Chinese, are all in there. And that's the same role that television here can do and cinema here can do too. Reaffirmative. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, datuk-datuk. A long time ago when I was growing up, I thought the Red Indians in America were the bad guys. Why? Because every other film was reaffirming that John Wayne was the greatest savior of the Wild West. And guess what? It took another film called Soldier Blue and Little Big Man to redress the balance. And suddenly you realize, my goodness, actually it's their land. The Red Indians were there first. But you see, that's the same kind of story we're trying to say here right now. Whatever is happening in Kelantan or whatever, I mean, it could be part and parcel, but most of the content creators here wants to say things direct. Now, one thing I know about Malaysia, and as a Malaysian, people here are a bit averse to what we call direct things. So this is where creativity means you walk, do around things.
Yeah, and there was one thing that Kupas was it was direct. It's both its critique and it's in its humor, and in many ways, I think we at BFM struggled about that. We wanted to reach new audiences, but we also wanted to do it with the style and the brand that BFM was, which is to speak directly, right? I mean, if I can blow our own horn here, the BFM horn. Okay, Lee Chen, I want to ask you, because you brought in the question of a minority perspective on something that is a national conversation like hudud, the place of Islam in our country, and so on and so forth. When you think about that, right, protecting spaces of minorities, especially large minorities like the Chinese speaking community in this country, what are your concerns when it comes to freedom of expression? Is the Chinese media largely free of the constraints the Malay media have, the constraints which are also different for the English language media? It's always said the English language media is given more leeway than the Malay media is, so on and so forth. What's your sense of it?
I think a lot of time people think that we get away with it to report on certain issues and discuss certain issues. But there were times that people might translate our content and it might be out of context sometimes. So in Singchu, the way that we are answering to the question is actually we have our own My Singchu. It's actually an English portal that translates a lot of our opinion op-ed pieces and also a lot of stories that we have relating to the Chinese community. So if you don't understand the language, you can continue, you can read on My Singchu and get a flavor of it, like who we are, how we report on our news and what our stance is. So I think that was something that we have been doing. And then coming back to issues that's pertaining to the Chinese minority or the Chinese community, I think we have always tried one thing is to engage conversation, and especially when online. So in print is one thing, we engage not conversation, but we try to bring in different perspective when it comes to hudud. It's not really only on the Chinese community point of view, but also from a perhaps past point of view, or people who are actually trying to promote it. We try to understand why some of our Muslim friends are like, not even to say that they're afraid, but they want to have this. So I think it's very important for us to present the point of view for all the communities. That is how we do it in print. But in our online discourse, one thing that I think that's really, that has been happening is we also try to ask our audience to be more mindful or to be more civil when it comes to putting comments on our social media pages. Sometimes it could be very, very harsh. I don't know whether it happens on BFM's social media page, but on us, it could be very, very harsh. I don't like to say that we are moderating it. We have to because of some legal implications, some court decisions. We know that some publishers have to moderate their content on their own page, even if it's left by their readers and their audience. But another thing that I think it's a good opportunity to actually speak to our audience and be very upfront that, hey, you know, we need to be more civil. This is a platform that we encourage you to discuss. So it has gone beyond us as news media to just report, because most of the time we are also trying to educate our own audience. And I really like to address one point that Angela has raised about us doing clickbaits. I don't like to say that we're doing clickbaits, but I think we are trying to make news more relevant and interesting. I think my first lessons, I don't come from a journalism background, but to me, I always, you know, when I start picking up what journalism is about, one key point that I've always remember is it has to be relevant. So in the past, when we were publishing as editor, maybe we want to let our audience or our readers read what we want them to read because we think that is important. But how do we relate it to them is very important. So when we are publishing it on social media, we want them to be able to, we want the content to be relatable, the news to be relatable to them. We have to really hone our skills on publishing on social media. And because most of the websites that I manage, or I have access to their traffic, I know that 50% of this news, the traffic source comes from social media for news website.
Sorry, I just, unfortunately we're running out of time. I've just been told that we need to wrap up in 6 minutes. So if there are questions from the audience, yeah, we can take one question and then very quickly, and then we'll do a quick round to end the discussion because unfortunately we've run out of time.
Thank you, Sharat. This is a question directed to the finance director. I'm a little confused. So when the tiger stripes, I didn't realize that tiger stripes, the winning, evoked quite a number of negative comments, right? So in principle, what can finance do, or what has finance done when a movie comes under attack? I mean, it could be tiger stripes, it could be quite a number of movies where people are finding very offensive.
Or whatever.
Offensive. I mean, personally, I find quite a number of Bollywood and Hollywood movies very offensive to women, but I wouldn't want it to be banned. So when that comes up, can and has FINAS said, listen, this is encourage conversation and dialogue, or just remain silent? So can FINAS do something about it? That's my question.
Yes, indeed. That's one of the engagements that we are going for now, which is basically take a film and, well, we have introduced this thing called film appreciation into our training and engagement exercise. Appreciate, yes? And the appreciation can be something like this. Let's take a film like even a P. Ramlee film and dissect it. If everybody remembers, there's a film by P. Ramlee, which is a good commentary on Malays. It's called Penarik Beca. That was a long time ago. So the idea is to understand film, to read film. That's one. But if it's, he was talking about people who are not used to it, again, the art film crowd, like I said, is a different crowd altogether, and they may not. But is that the question?
Yeah. Because when a film comes under attack, what can FINAS do?
Well, when the film comes under attack, what FINAS can do is to have no official position other than the fact that it is actually, it's the audience who will decide whether the film is, you're talking about a critical view? Well, normally as far as protection is concerned, it's not about defending any particular film in the very, how shall we say, defensive way. Every film is treated like the same. So meaning that if the outside party has any problems with the film, we will just let it see as, is it a problem that is caused by the fact that there are people who are disturbed by it, or whether they're just not happy. I mean, it's not a good film.
Right.
But other than that, we can't do anything more because we have to be fair to all the films.
Okay, I understand. So, in the age where everybody takes offense and it's in fact become a kind of global game of being offended, we will have to deal with it as we come along. Okay, we have 3 minutes, so I want to give each of you 20 seconds or more or less for closing thoughts. Angela, let's start with you.
Yeah, especially since a lot of people are going to social media for their news, right, for information, which is a lot more current. And I don't blame them because lived realities is news. I think people need to take a step back, especially if a particular post is provocative, the way Edri had said it, right? If it encourages you to be violent or hateful, I think people need to take a step back because it's purposely designed behind the technology, behind the sort of the way people are socialized to use that technology, the social media algorithms that push you towards the ones that would make you interact with the content, right? So take a step back and think about it, why you're going to behave this way and whether you actually have the full picture. So that's my point.
Okay. So we've been given a reprieve. We have now 11 minutes. So I'm gonna ask Anna actually to jump in here, and I want to challenge Khalil. Is it enough for Finas to take an agnostic view of films that come under attack, or would you like to see Finas and such institutions take a stronger stand? Anna, I give you the boxing gloves.
Will you still be my friend, Camille?
No, it's okay. I mean, Finas is a body that encourages people to make films.
Yeah.
And we don't have to defend, every single film that comes along.
No, just defend the right to, because I think a lot of people seek redress this way, in the public's eye anyway. Ban it. We don't like it, we've been offended, you must ban it.
Well, that is the censorship board, you see. Finas is always confused with being the censorship
But
board.
can you defend it against the censorship board?
Well, sometimes it's a personal view. I mean, look, I am a
I'm
film
doing your
buff,
work, Anna.
right? I'm a, please
Okay.
go.
Anna, go on.
I mean,
what is it? You're
personally,
Yes. Can you
I
give
think
us
I've told
half an
this
hour?
to Camille before and other friends in Finas. I mean, if you want to see the development of good Malaysian films that are critical, of high standard, you kind of have to stand up for the filmmakers, all kinds of films, yeah. And but it's also a problem because the censorship board is under, and this is the excuse they always give, which I think either we shift or, that the censorship board is under the KDN, Ministry of Home Affairs.
Okay, so we're going to have Saifuddin back in this room, and then we're going to have Fahmi back in this room, and we're going to knock heads together and say, can you defend freedom of expression, at least as expressed through film, or in journalism, or in terms of the gendered issue of the attacks on women? Okay, Kamil.
Can I just say something very fast? I think we should just switch it from kind of like controlling the bad people. We should be looking at how we can create an environment where minorities and everybody feel safe to say something, That's what we should be looking at. All our laws and all our focus is on controlling the bad. You should be looking at how to create a healthy environment, So like for example, how we can make sure that women feel safe to come online and then tell all the other idiots, this is not what I feel, blah, blah, blah. Even films, if you make one film that is like this, there should be a variety of other films and opinions. That's that would make a healthy environment for media, lah.
I think maybe
that's
this.
what I should be doing,
Can we any questions from the audience? Because now we have more time. We can take more questions from the audience, if there are any. Okay, I see the academic from Sabah has his hand up. Any others? So just very quickly, so that the mic can go to you faster. No? Okay.
I'm Eng from University Malaysia Sabah. I'm a young director. Recently, I get the sponsorship from Finas, and I have a question: how Finas filter out the content, like cannot be filmed? Because some of my content I have blocked because they dislike it and for none reason. So that's my questions.
Oh. Maybe this is a question you should speak to Kamil after the panel. But Kamil, take it away.
Just to let everyone know that I'm actually chairman of the board, so we don't deal with operational matters. But if you want to talk to me, then I could try to find out. Because we have to make a distinction here between Kamil, the chairman of Finas, and Kamil, the film buff, the crazy film maniac. two things here.
Yeah, I think we're looking for leadership from you because, you know, you kind of signal this new administration and where it wants to go. Legion, I want to ask you about the signals that government give. We've had Anwar recently say that, you know, he wants a free press, he wants the debates, he wants debates to be met with, ideas to be met with other ideas and so on and so forth. Is that enough of a signal? How far down the line, beyond the Prime Minister, must this message go so that it actually is there in the way institutions operate? Rather, the Prime Minister can say one thing, but if the civil service doesn't follow through, if the police don't understand what freedom of expression is, then we are nowhere.
I want to say that because from Anwar it's actually top down and we are certainly progressing. Like I've mentioned 15 years ago, things are very different. We are still, but I think now, no matter the general public or even the journalists, we are much more mature when it comes to whether we can be censored or, you know, how the power to be can actually hold us accountable but ultimately, I think we are also much more aware of that, you know, we have to be accountable for our audience, for the readers that we serve, the community that we serve. So all I can say is like, actually this is some sort of progress. We are seeing like a top-down thing. I don't know like whether there are some Napoleon out there, you know, trying to tell you that you can publish this or you cannot publish this, but at least this gives us a very good sort of like reason to fight back. Hey, this is a different administration, and we hope that this is a very different administration.
Right, so little Napoleons who might have a very different kind of culture. Angela, there has been progress. We just had the anti-stalking bill. Is that the kind of signals you see, legislation as well as politicians walking the talk? How do you see it?
Definitely that is progress. We know the sexual harassment bill isn't exactly the perfect bill, right? So in terms of having the bills there, it definitely protects women. But I think the lack of action and the lack of safety for victims and survivors to actually lodge police reports is the issue now, right? Like Anna said, the violence itself is not condemned, but the victim is condemned. So if I can say this, LGBTIQ person, without being, you know, raided for my vocabulary, luckily someone else said it earlier. So for an LGBTIQ person who faces this kind of violence, death threats, rape threats, which YB Fahmi said you can actually lodge a police report, but who's going to protect them when they go and lodge a police report, right? Ain Husniza, who complained about the rape joke, right, in a mixed class by a teacher. She went to the police and they didn't treat her well at all, you know, they didn't do any kind of follow-up. So she is cisgender, young woman, going to a police station and making a police report and doesn't get entertained for something that is clearly harmful to a young child, let alone an LGBTIQ person, right? So I think the messaging there needs to be leadership within the government, within state actors, to actually tell the police especially, right, that there are certain things that they need to do properly in order to protect the victim first before they look at or be swept up by, you know, the kind of rhetoric or religious beliefs, etc., or biases and prejudices of their own.
Last call for questions from the audience. If not, out there, I see my colleague Isaac from Kaijin, the Mandarin station.
Okay, good morning everyone. This is very real from the ground, especially for the Chinese reporters, that we are not only only looking after our shoulders, you know, the pressure from the government and also from foreign countries. I think some of the Chinese reporters can identify that more than often that we are directed to carry misinformation or propaganda from some foreign country. If I can say it directly, from China. And that is pretty painful for some of the Chinese reporter here. So I wonder how we can resist and refuse to carry this kind of disinformation. And we know things are going on the ground, and it's true. And more than often that we just don't look at the reality and what's going on around. So I'm speaking out for some of our Chinese reporters and producers, and we hope we can really also discuss the matter of foreign propaganda and misinformation. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's a huge issue, kind of the Uncle Roger effect, right? Criticism of China has become very problematic in public spaces and on major platforms. But I don't know if anybody on the panel, Lee Chun, do you have a view on this? The reach that People's Republic has in terms of shaping public opinion.
I think this is really becoming an issue because this is the second time that on a World Press Freedom Day panel, I've been asked this similar questions, asked Washala about that. Yeah, it's like history repeating itself. But I think this is also a point that how the People's Republic of China is actually carrying it themselves. All I can say is, I think all media organizations, when you are being pressured, how do you actually respond to it? I think in the last panel that I've attended, I've mentioned that we are a Malaysian media organization. So we serve the interests of this nation. I think that is very important. I think that is what we should adhere to. And resisting pressure, whether it's internal, domestic, or foreign, is something that editorial newsrooms has been addressing or has been handling. I think we need to have some sort of support, of course, but we also, it's something that I'm sure it's not going to stop. It's never going to stop. It's just that where is it coming from? That's how I look at it.
Thank you, everybody, for staying with us in this panel. That was Tan Lee Chin, Group Chief Operating Officer with Media Chinese International, Anna Ha, Executive Director of Freedom Film Network, Datuk Kamil Othman, Chairperson of FIAS, Angela Kukatas, Partner Director, Chris Network. I'm Sharad Kutin. Thank you very much. And I'll hand you over to your MC, Christine. how can you forget the host? Salam sejahtera and good afternoon everyone. It's great to be here to be talking about the Malaysian Media Council, which I'm sure a lot of you will be very much interested in. And there's a lot of renewed interest, especially since the change of government last year. Whenever I talk about Media Council with friends in the industry, the answers that I would get usually can be divided into two categories. One will be the veteran journalists who have been saying, you know, like, we've been trying to get this done for decades. Why is it not? Why is it not here yet? And can this even succeed this time around? And the second kind of like response will come from the younger generations who say like, will this media council help me in getting at least more than minimum wage? So these are the kind of responses that we get when we talk about media council, and I think it's important to be talking about it right now because of the shape and the atmosphere of our media industry right now. Most recently, we've received some good news about an increase of our ranking in the Press Freedom Index. But we must temper this good news with some caution. Most recently in the Edelman Trust Barometer, I think this year, 2023, in Malaysia, the trust towards journalists has dropped by 5 percentage points to just, I think it's 55%. So that's roughly around half of Malaysians who either trust or do not trust journalists, and probably like we can say like half of here would trust in journalists, and the second half do not trust journalists. That's how grim the situation is. And last year, when the trust barometer, the global trust barometer in journalists were at all-time low, almost 3/4 of Malaysians that were polled say they lost, they feel like journalists have lost their credibility, and they accused journalists of either deliberately spreading disinformation or grossly exaggerating the kind of news that they carry. So with this background in mind, perhaps we have today 6 guests who are more than qualified to talk about the Media Council. Most of them are actually in the Pro Tem Committee of the Media Council. I think for the sake of conversation today, the Media Council, we can define it as an independent council whose members are made of from the members of the media, and in an attempt to self-regulate the industry, and also as some sort of like a liaison between the industry and also the public in sort of in the issues of dispute and so on. So to kick off this conversation, I would like to talk to, obviously, Puan Mastura. We want to know what is going on with the Media Council bill right now, because as we all know, it was previously mooted, never actually went to Parliament, and then we had a couple of changes in government. So where are we right now, Puan Mastura?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Madani. Thank you, Zurairi, for that question. I remember 1 year ago, last year, I was also in the same platform, but at that point of time, actually, I have no mandate to talk about Media Council.
Okay, today got mandate.
So fortunately, today actually we have mandate. Let me assure everybody that there are progress, a significant progress on the development of Media Council. The proposed Media Council for Malaysia. But let me just put a groundwork to it. There are actually 2 expectations by the government on this Media Council. One is actually because of the challenges and issues that we are facing with the technologies nowadays. There is a demand for to have ethical, responsible and trustworthy media for the public, to get as a source of information for the public. So that is what we expect the Media Council will deliver, not only to the government but also to the consumers of the news. And secondly, we also would like the Media Council to actually to become a platform for the public to actually express their grievances if they have against the media practitioners. Because at this point of time, I think if the public is relying on the existing laws and regulations, it is actually very difficult and costly, and sometimes it doesn't resolve anything. So it's good to have a platform where it can actually actually provide what I mentioned just now, trustworthy source of information, and at the same time, those media practitioners also are accountable to what they are actually publish and try to disseminate to the general public.
Okay, so Puan Masrad, when do we expect for the bill to be tabled in Parliament?
Okay. Currently, as I said, the progress is very significant. We have several discussions with the Pro Tem. The plan now is actually, if possible, if we can conclude our discussion on the rang undang-undang, we will go to cabinet for government decision by maybe August or September, and hopefully at the next parliament session we can actually table the RUU, but definitely it will not go beyond the first session of parliament in 2024.
Yeah, since back in 2020, we already have a report from the previous Pro Tem committee, and we also have a draft of the bill. So what exactly is the stumbling block right now that requires, I mean, these discussions with the new Pro Tem committee, that we have to wait until the next sitting for the bill to be tabling? Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Okay. This is a tough question. I think prior to this is more on the decision by the government whether to proceed or not to proceed. It's more on that. But this year we started. There is no questions about whether we want to proceed or not to proceed.
We will proceed.
Meaning, go ahead.
Okay, that's good news.
But in order to come up with the ACTA, there are certain conditions imposed by the AG chambers that we need to meet. And on top of that, actually there are two main discussions. Is on the funding as well as on the existent or the proposal for a government representative to be in the council.
Okay, stay tuned. Those are two very hot topics when it comes to Media Council, funding and also government representatives. We'll be talking about that later, don't you worry about that. But first I want to ask Dr. Chandra, because I understand you are the spokesperson of this new Pro Tem committee. We just want to know who are in this committee, because we previously knew about the previous committee, and we understand that there's a change in membership. Maybe you can tell us a bit about who are in it and how are they representing the different facets of our industry.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Okay, I think what happened is when the unity government came into power, I think late last year, this issue of setting up a Media Council was revived, and we were called by the ministry, or to be precise by I think the Deputy Minister of Communication and Digital,
YBTO,
was YBTO, Niching. He was entrusted by the minister to actually to revive, or not to revive, to realize the project. So we were called sometime in March this year, and the old Pro Tem committee, and we were told that because we have submitted our report and our proposed bill to the then government, to the Minister of communication and multimedia at that time, Datuk Sri Saifuddin Abdullah. But because of COVID, they just set the document and they did not do anything. So when unity government came into power, we were invited. We were told that we don't have to do new work, in the sense that, okay, they will take the report into account in drafting the proposed bill. And I think since then, and then we were advised that we should meet again and form a new pro-tem committee. So I think we met at one of the newspaper organization, NST, New Straits Times, and the current pro-tem committee is an enlarged one, more than 40 members of the committee representing publishers, representing academicians, representing journalists, NGOs, and also the interests of the independent, now we have independent journalists, and they are there too. So this committee, we met with the ministry twice, chaired by YB Teo, and we, of course, there are differences between what we want and what the government actually views of the whole thing. So we have differences on the character of the council. We want to be independent and self-regulatory in that sense. That's the keyword. And to be established via the Act of Parliament, because we feel that without Act of Parliament, the council will be toothless, and that's why we want it to be established through Acta Parliament. So we have reached a stage whereby the ministry has drafted the proposed bill, and then there are certain issues regarding the function of the council, the power of the council, and I think the new pro-tem committee, we met on the 26th of May, and we are now harmonizing the differences that we still have between the proposed bill drafted by the ministry and actually not that big issues, but mainly related to the function and to the power. And we hope that, I think we have given our lawyer to help us with the drafting, and inshallah, I think by 2 weeks, I think by this week, the counter proposed bill, and then will be sent to the ministry, and after that, we go into detail. I think that is the stage at the moment.
Okay, with like you said just now, with 40 people in the pro-tem committee, I think what some of the concerns by the public and also by journalists is that, first of all, on transparency, I mean, we don't exactly have a public list of who are in the pro-tem committee, and also, has it been hard to make decisions with such a big committee, is it hard to achieve consensus on some stuff?
Not really, because in one sense, we have agreed on the fundamental principles of the council, on the character of the council, and so as a result, we have come to a common stand. And we are now harmonizing our common stand with the ministries.
Yeah,
not at all difficult, because I think we want everybody to get involved. Because when the council will be set up, they will have to adhere to what has been agreed. I think that's very important.
Yeah.
That's why we engage with all the various elements in the industry.
So would you agree with Puan Mastura in the point that the only hurdles right now are on funding and on involvement of the government, or is there any other
well, on the
issues?
question of funding, we have proposed to the government that at least for several years, what we have in mind is about 5 years, that the council will be funded through what I call taxpayer monies, rather than government money. Government collected the taxpayers, and that money will be channeled to us we have not set a quantum yet, but to make sure that the fund is enough to make sure that the council will be run efficiently and for several years. And then, of course, when I was in Ipoh last week for Hari Wartawan National, we heard from Indonesia, they have their what they call Dewan Pers or Press Council, because Indonesia still the word press, but in Indonesia it is PES.
Yeah, PERS.
PES. And this is a council which is independent and totally financed by the government of Indonesia. So maybe that new information that we have, we can also propose to the ministry, and we can see how they will respond. You know, yeah. So basically, we want the council to be funded by government taxpayers' money for a few years, and hopefully then we can think of a new model in financing the council, because we want it to be possible to be independent, both in terms of finance and also in terms of the way that it will operate.
Yeah, I want to talk about the mechanisms inside the council later with Prof. Zarum, Aidillah, and Yoga. But while we're talking about funding, I think we can go straight into this. What is the model right now that is being proposed on how to fund? I mean, like, will the council get funding straight from the government, or will it be like, is there some sort of, I don't know, tax for per publications and so on? I mean, where do you get the money?
Based on the experience from not only from Indonesia but from a few other countries, there are basically three sources of funding for any media council. One is from, except that in the UK, they work independently, they don't get government involved. But in Indonesia, basically three sources. One is from the government. Secondly is from a donation from individuals who are so eager to preserve the freedom of the media. And thirdly, I think because media industry itself must contribute to the council, I think in the long term. Of course, we can think of other model, for example, through taxation, from the use of handphone, because most of us access news via handphone, tablet, or any other smart devices, and we can also consider that. But that will be in the long run. I think that there are several models, but ultimately I think the council must be independent in their financing of their operation.
Of course. I think not only the idea of independence, but also sustainability in order for the council to live on way beyond the Pro Tem Committee. And I think I want to ask Prof. Zarum and Aidillah here, it's now no longer if, it's when the council is established, I mean, where do we see, where is its place, you know, in comparison to for publication, because we have a lot of representatives in the Pro Tem Committee. So where will the council sit in relation to publishers, in relation to civil society, the government, and so on? Prof, you want to start this conversation with us?
Yeah, hi, thanks, Zurai. The council, where does it sit? Essentially, the council, I think I can go back a bit in terms of finance. Many people talk about the government providing money, and therefore, what is the government? I go back to what Andrew said earlier today. The money is not the government's money.
It's our money.
It's our money.
Yes.
So we work from that basis. Then the Media Council is supposed to be a public service institution. Yeah, I think we must be very clear about that, because there's been some worries, some assertions that it's just going to be another form of government control and all that. And that's been in our debates with the government as well, right? We don't want that to happen at all. So I think we start from the assumption, the belief, the philosophy that the Media Council is going to be a public service institution to provide guidance, to provide mentorship, to provide directions, essentially, for the media industry in Malaysia. It's not about control at all. So we start from there. Then we talk about where it stands then. I mean, then I think we get a better picture of what the identity of the Media Council will be, right? That it's there to essentially build a bridge with the government of the day, whichever it is, and also provide the thoughts, the beliefs, the fears, and the ideas of a multi-ethnic, multicultural society. So different groups. So on the one hand, it provides a kind of space. On the other hand, it provides a kind of bridge. And on the third hand, as it were, it prevents, it's meant to prevent incursions by, one, the state, two, by the market, right? These are the two main actors, as it were, developing media in many countries. And I think we have to have that kind of notion of a public service beyond profits, beyond government control. And I think that's where the Media Council comes into the picture. We've had numerous discussions about this. Nothing's been really finalized in that kind of sense, And therefore, the act that will essentially build, the act that will create and define the council is important, which is why we're having those kind of discussions with the ministry. So where it stands, for me at least, and I think my colleagues here will agree with me, is that it's not a controlling body in that kind of sense, It essentially wants to depoliticize, in a very, very strict sense, the role of governments, in determining the industry, and also the market. One mustn't forget the role played by the market as well. So I think at the core of it all is the notion that many of us tend to not understand, and that is the notion of a public service. And I think that's where it will lead to. That's what I hope it will lead to. I mean, I've been in this since the 1990s, and we really hope that it will lead that way. Okay?
Yeah, Aidila, I know you don't own Malaysia Kini, or do you? I know you don't own Malaysia Kini.
I don't.
Okay, but speaking on behalf of Malaysia Kini, because Prof. Zarul made a good point just now, talking about pressures from the market, right? So how does the council, in its membership, like resolve? I mean, if you have publishers and you have media companies as part of the council, but also representatives of the journalists and so on, how do you make sure that these forces do not go against each other, and the council itself preserves its independence, not just from the government, but also from the market?
I think that's a very important question, and I think perhaps, I mean, to be clear, what you're asking is, how do we make sure that the NSTP, Media Prima, doesn't control the council, for example?
Yeah, I mean, not just Media Prima. I mean, how would the council prevent the Media Primas from, overshadowing me and you, for example, right? Yeah.
So I think to start with, maybe we could talk about who becomes a member of the council. So there are different types of membership. Media houses or media groups join as members, and then the journalists who work for them are members under them. So that's one membership. If you're an independent journalist and you're not employed by anyone, you can join as an individual member as well. So that's one membership. And another type of membership would be for NGOs or people who have a stake in the media, which the EXCO will decide whether you do or not. And that's one membership. And each of that one membership will have one vote. So even if you're Media Prima, you have one vote, versus Zurairi, the independent journalist.
Yeah, but Media Prima plus its staff members would count them more than one vote, right?
This is definitely a discussion that we're having. So do you decide in terms of ownership, in terms of group, who owns? So this is something that we have to decide. But for sure, our aim is to make sure that there is no control of large media groups of the council. and we also want to make sure there's representation in terms of gender, in terms of different geographies of Malaysia, different ethnic groups even. So those things will be included in the law to actually state that we need to have some sort of quota. So among ways that we considered would be not just for an election. So the idea is that you get a vote and we vote an exco, but what if the exco doesn't represent the society? So the idea is for the exco to also have power to appoint to meet that balance. So these are things that we definitely have thought about. Rightly so, people have pointed out, we talk about control of media, it's not just about government control. For sure, even as what Bifami mentioned in the morning, the economics is the biggest threat for media now, and the market itself is a big, I wouldn't say, I don't want to say a big monster, but yeah, so it's something that's
It is. No, let's not
yeah,
mince
so
word about it.
we definitely have to be vigilant on that as well.
Yeah, I mean, with how traditional media and social media, the lines are blurring. Would content producers be legible to join the council as well?
Yeah, so absolutely. So content producers would be independent journalists. So that's another thing as well. So when we are formulating this, we don't want to kind of fall into the trap of the Printing Presses Act again. No one's printing anything, but it's called the Printing Presses Act. It controls all the media. We don't know what form of media would exist in the future, so it has to be something that's kind of future-proofed. Is someone who just produces news on TikTok, is he a journalist or not? I mean, those are things that we have to consider content producers as journalists. They're doing the same work, and we want them to adhere to the same standards. The idea of having this council is to raise standards for all.
I think a question that comes from many from the civil society, who has worked in civil society, is that how do you prevent the council from being sort of like overtaken by, for example, fascist elements, for example, or people who are from the state? Because, you know, it's a side effect of democracy, right? I mean, you have more people, you have more votes. Perhaps, Dr. Shamil, you want to address that?
Okay, I think the important thing is, you know, the council can have as many members as possible, you know, but the executive committee of the council that will represent the interests of, I think, of the four main elements in the industry: the publishers, the practitioners, the NGO, and the civil society. So these are the four. And if I'm not mistaken, each group will have 3 reps on the executive committee. So these are the sort of cabinet of the council that will make decision how to spend the money as well. But I think the important thing that, you know, we are forgetting that the council will establish a code of ethics for journalists. I think that's the important thing. And that code of ethics, we have yet to, the detail of it, of the code of ethics has yet to be drawn. That's the important thing. So every member, irrespective from where they come from, they must adhere and observe that code of ethics. So a question of derogation to me will not arise, because everybody will have common interest to enhance professionalism in journalism. I think that is the key to the council. So everybody will have a common understanding of what the council is supposed to do, and I think the code of ethics will be the key for all who would like to become members of the council. I think we must be very clear from the onset. Otherwise, you will start talking about all media prima, the meeting, the council, even RTM and Bernama, because they are government department and agencies, but they are also involved in journalism. I think the question is, we must have a common ground, and that common ground that we want to do by the council is to implement and make sure that the code of ethics will be adhered by all parties in the council.
Yeah, which brings us to the next question on the code of conduct and also the dispute resolution mechanism. I want to talk with especially Washla and Yoga on this, because especially on the code of conduct, because just earlier when we were watching the viral Sial documentary, we saw how ISMA with the ISMA website put out, those kind of contents who are divisive and incendiary. So how can the code of conduct sort of like remedy this situation where we have, because we are, with online media, we are relying so much on clicks, right? We earlier in the forum, we also talk about clickbaits and so on. How does the code of conduct not only address this issue, Yoga, but also restore the trust of public towards the media? Maybe you can address that first.
Thanks for that, Zurairi. When you talk about material that is being put out by someone we perceive as non-media related, but might be used by the media to issue reports and coverage, then you must understand the history of how newsrooms and editorial operate. There actually is no hard-coded code of conduct, as what we are calling it for the bill, that is referenced by the media organization and journalists. It's mainly word of mouth and years and history of and years of practice, which there is no document for. So from basically zero hard-coded to what we have now in the Code of Conduct, this will then regulate issues like what you mentioned earlier, because they have, under it, there's 14 sections, very detailed, and just looking at the first section is called Rules of Reporting, if I'm not mistaken, and under that Rules of Reporting, there's 12 subsections, talking about fact-checking, making sure that everything's rebuttals, 14 basically under it.
So
and
in the discussions right now, has that, we know about the code that was done by the, in 2020. In discussions, have there been any changes of the code at all?
No changes as of yet. In fact, there has been a bit of an involvement. Initially, the Code of Conduct was supposed to be included in the bill. But then we realized we should take the Code of Conduct as a living document, because things change very fast. New technology comes in, AI, ChatGPT, and its brethren has caused some disruption. So how do you handle things like that? So if it's going to be hard-coded in the bill, it will mean that any amendment, changes, and adaptation of the code would need to go back to Parliament. And that's just not feasible. So what we're going to do is have the Code of Conduct sitting as one of the main documents within the Media Council, so it can be addressed as and when it's needed. And review is done on a periodic basis.
Washla, talking about, because we foresee, because just now we were mentioning how the council basically tried to isolate the industry so as to not be influenced not only by other pressures but also the public as well, where the council would give us self-regulation of ourselves, and one way of doing this is through the dispute resolution mechanism. So what is the mechanism exactly, and how can this help in retaining our independence and also restoring trust?
Thank you, Zurairi. I think we have to start by acknowledging what Prof. Rowe mentioned, that the purpose of the Media Council is not to serve the government, right? It's to serve the public, right? And if we look at that in every one of our actions, if it's the public's interest that's to be protected, and public's interest to be protected to ensuring that we have a free and independent media, then the council and the dispute resolution becomes one of the key interface between the public and the media, right? Because just a while ago, we were having a conversation about ethical reporting, yeah? How's media reporting on suicide? How are they reporting on children, pornography? How are they, date naming LGBT people? So if there is already a standard that's established through the code of conduct, the mechanism then provides a space where those who are affected, right, the public, for example, can bring the complaint to the council, right, for deliberation and determination. I think there are a couple of very important points when we talk about dispute resolution. The dispute resolution that is being proposed by the Pro Tem Committee, it's not something that's all about punitive, right? It's not even about a tribunal. It is about ensuring there is space for deliberation and for corrective actions, all right? And to do that, the members of the dispute resolution must also be independent, all right? So what has been proposed is that the members would be from the council, first level, right? And then additional experts will be called in depending on the subject matter, right? And this panel would then deliberate and make a decision or a determination with regards to a media who is a member of the council, right? Of course, there is also an appeals process, right, which will be a separate panel that will be again established to ensure that natural justice is served. Everyone's got a right to appeal as well, and then they deliberate on that. Now, when we talk about possible actions, the corrective action, it again is not about how much of compensation you have to pay, but it's more like what is it that you need to correct, retract, apologize, provide an alternative content narrative that meets the standard established. And the most administrative would be, of course, in terms of suspension of membership, of termination of membership with regards to the council. Now, for this to work, right, the trust in the council is going to be more important, right? So that's why the public's trust is going to be critical, and that's why we are always talking about the independence of the council. Because if the council is not independent, whatever decision that's been made by any of the dispute resolution panels would also be questioned in terms of its own independence. So I think we need to start right from the get-go. And I appreciate the fact that we started off by also talking about the models that we have in Indonesia, South Africa, okay. India has a system that's slightly different, but it's also very, very progressive. And if we can adopt these models, right, in terms of its dispute resolution processes included, we are on the right track already.
Thanks, Washla. I think before we open the floor for questions, I just want to talk to Aidila and Yoka about how can we convince our fellow journalists, to get their skin in this game. Like, for now, for many, they are not only just not aware of the council or what it does, but what's in it for us? What's in it for them? Yoka, do you have anything to say?
Yes, it's actually we've gotten a lot of questions, not from journalists itself, but even the publishers said, why do we need to come in for this and have another layer which is included in the other repressive laws that are already existing? Well, the thing is you have to start somewhere. The government needs to see that there is an alternative, and it seems to want it, but again, perception. If it's independent as what they say they want, like what Dato Sri Anwar said in Havana, that it has to be independent and self-regulated, then the public expects to see that too. So we need to have Media Council in place first to show that, okay, this is the way to go, and then you don't have to go through the avenue of those existing laws. And once they know there's something in place that is the public trust, then you don't need, or you need to either amend or repeal some of those laws. But right now, there's no alternative. And we can't keep on talking and talking and talking about alternatives and not having one in place. So I think that's one way of basically persuading the media themselves, the public. And as Wasala said, yes, the main stakeholder is the public, but don't forget, it's not just the public that can forward complaints for a dispute resolution. It could be somebody from civil society, from an NGO, from a corporation, even from the government themselves. So when the government has an issue with some report, instead of going through one of those current laws, they can come to the council. And obviously they also want to be treated fairly and justly. So they need to have the media council to be seen as trusted, right?
Yeah.
So I think it affects all the stakeholders.
Yeah, I did love your thoughts, especially I think a lot of people are thinking that the Media Council would solve all of our problems. I mean, which are many, but yeah, what are your thoughts?
Unfortunately, it won't solve quite a lot of problems. But one problem which we face a lot now, increasingly, are strategic litigations against the media. So we have a lot of defamation suits or injunctions or letters of demand, and these actually, in a practical sense, in your everyday newsroom, is the one thing that we worry more compared to the other repressive laws that we face. Because even if we go to court and win, that already costs us hundreds and thousands of ringgit, which we do not have, and that could mean closure for some media. So actually having this council, I think, protects us from that in a way, that there are alternatives to that kind of legal route, that this council can provide arbitration in a way that we don't have to be so scared of just getting a letter of demand that we have to hire a lawyer and all that. So that actually leads to self-censorship. So we talk about all these repressive laws, media are so scared to report. Actually, what we're scared of are lawsuits, actually. And not even, we're not even talking about getting into court. We're just in the initial parts when we just get a letter of demand and we have to hire a lawyer, that's already costing a lot. And that part could be the funding for an investigative report, which we cannot now allocate. So these are really practical things that I think is something that can really help in that way.
Yeah. I think because a lot of journalists would agree that part of our worry is that we don't even know what will get us in trouble sometimes, because especially when it comes to defamation, of course there are definitions of defamation, but sometimes the issue can be unpredictable. Sometimes we write about big issues and that doesn't get us into trouble, and sometimes it's just the smallest things or the smallest throwaway line in the article that may get us into trouble. So thanks, Adila. That's a very good point. Okay, we shall open the floor for questions. If you have any questions, please raise your hands and the mic will come to you. Please state your name, where you are from, and direct to the question. Please go ahead. Thank you. No question at all. I guess everyone fully understands what the Media Council is about. While we are waiting for the questions, I think we can talk about a bit more. Yeah, maybe Prof. Zarum, we can talk about a bit about sustainability. I mean, can the council even help in this regard?
Yeah. Thanks. Sustainability. Before I think we talk about sustainability, I believe we need to, based on the conversations we've been having all morning, we need to look at the elephant in the room when we're trying to talk about this Media Council. The Media Council will not exist in a vacuum, right? We can talk about the powers of the Media Council, we can talk about the liberating powers of the Media Council, that's fine. And that's all in there, in the documents we've been working on, the debates we've been having with the ministry and so on and so forth. But I think the elephant in the room is that you have the Media Council there trying to liberate, trying to reform and all that, fine. But around us, we've got repressive acts, yeah, like the Printing Presses and Publications Act, you know. I mean, since the 1990s, we've been, you know, at least we've been trying to fight against that repressive act, right? Printing Presses and Publications Act, we've got also the Communications and Multimedia Act, which has numerous sections in there which are problematic. We have the FINAS Act as well, which I think is or can be problematic and has been problematic, which needs improvement. Nobody's talking, I'm not talking about repeals, I'm talking about actually looking at them. And we can't have ministers saying, we haven't thought about it yet. You can't say that when you're talking about a media council that's going to be set up right? That's meant to liberate the media, to free the media, to provide more professional media personnel. And at the same time, you have all these repressive laws around here. And I'm not talking just about those kind of laws that are applicable to the media. I'm also talking about the laws that are applicable to wider society, like the University and University Colleges Act, like Act 605 for public university academics, for example, right? So I think the environment we've got here is not a very nice one, let's put it that way, right? It's not a very liberating one. So I think we all have to address that. And I'm not talking just about us in the Media Council or just journalists or whatever. We need to have ministers, we need to have leaders who say, yes, I'm going to do something about it. Yes, I've looked at it, yeah? Yes, we've looked at, the Act has been around, Printing Presses and Publications Act has been around for ages. I think it was 1984 when it was first set up, right? Look at it, study it, criticize it, drop it, yeah? Destroy it, right? Because if it's that kind of environment, you're not going to have a media council that can actually function very, very well, right? So I think the assumption should be, the argument should be, the belief should be that we are trying to reform this society of ours, that we're trying to bring this society forward in a very real sense, yeah? Because look at it, we are quite screwed up now, yeah? Religiously, racially, right? Let's face that fact and say, what can we do to overcome all of this? So we can talk about sustainability, but I think before we even start thinking about sustainability, let's think about that wider environment that really, really is screwed up and really, really needs to be changed in some way or another. Okay?
And would you say the council is one step forward towards addressing this? Or
yeah, but it's a small step forward in that kind of sense. Yeah, I mean, if you don't look at the wider aspects of it, it's just going to be a little insertion in in there, a little band-aid that's put in there for a society that really needs much more reform in that sense.
But it's a way to start. Yeah.
I like your optimism. Yes.
I have to be the optimistic one. Okay, last call for question. Oh yeah, we have 1, 2, 3 there. Okay. Please, your name, where you're from, and straight to question.
Good afternoon. Andrew Koo, a lawyer. I have not seen the draft Media Council bill, but I'd like to know whether or not there are some guiding principles that are inserted into the bill to guide the council. Because my experience of media councils, and I lived in the UK for a few years, is that press councils are not about right or wrong. They are about fair or unfair reporting. They're not there to implement government policies or government ideas about what is the correct or acceptable and things like that. So, you know, we live, as Professor Zarum has said, we live in a highly divisive society. We have strong views about what can be said about religion, what can't be said about religion. So I'm just concerned that the Media Council doesn't get dragged into becoming yet another agency that enforces government policies and principles, but it's just talking about the professionalism of the media in terms of reporting, as I said, whether it's fair or unfair reporting, whether they have crossed the line in terms of standards. I mean, it's not going to be something that will prevent litigation. Adila, as you know, even in the UK, you still have lawsuits for, press breaches of privacy and things like that. So the Media Council is not going to stop that. But what will guide the Media Council? What principles will guide the Media Council? And will that actually be put into the legislation so that you don't stray away from your primary purpose?
Okay, thanks, Andrew. Just for your information, the previous draft bill and code is available online on majlismedia.my, but obviously we would love to see the latest paper later. But before we answer the question, maybe you can take the second question first.
Hi, good morning. I'm Pauline from Sunway University. I'm just wondering, there are a lot of content providers online, content providers. So if they are not members of the Media Council, like can the council actually have jurisdiction over them? Let's say, for example, if the public complains about a particular, content provider online, what action can the Media Council take against this person who is not part of not a member? Do you have jurisdiction over them? Thank you.
Thank you. I think I will give Yoga first to answer on the code of conduct, because what if a media writes about something from others and yeah, so
That member you mean, yeah. Yeah. We have included a provision that if the council comes, whether through directly from a complaint from a stakeholder, could be a member of the public, or the council itself who monitors these reports, if they are non-member, they will, we will still investigate and have a resolution on whether there should be something that should be taken further on, action on, whether there is a dispute resolution. But because they are non-member, we can't force them to come. We can invite them, but if they choose not to come for this particular session, we will still find, based on what the facts are that is brought to us, and issue a statement. So at best, that's what we can do at the moment based on our current draft.
Okay, thanks, Yoga. I'm so sorry, but we don't have much time left, so I will leave the closing part to Datuk Chamel to address Andrew's question. Sorry.
Sorry, I just want to address it since my name was mentioned by Andrew. I fully aware that you can still get sued even with the council. Similarly, you can still be charged under various laws even with the council, but the idea is to have this so that this will be the first point before going straight to the lawyers.
Yeah, Datuk Syamil, perhaps you would like to address Andrew's concern, but what are the actual guiding principles of the council?
Okay, I think the guiding principle would be the function that will be listed in the proposed bill, you know, which is basically we're talking about preserving media freedom. We're talking about enhancing professionalism in journalism, you know, the enhancing the professionals, and also in terms of become a bridge, as I think, was it Zahrum mentioned, bridge between the media organization, government, and the public as well, and other vested interests or stakeholders in the industry. And I think we also will become we'll have a database of the media, which at the moment we don't have. You know, if, for example, you want to know how many journalists at the moment in this country, or how many actually online media, we don't have that figures precisely. But hopefully the council can have a good database. And of course, I think the other important thing is the code of conduct. They will also be can be used to guide the council. And of course, the council won't be perfect. I think the important thing is to take one thing at a time. To have the council set up via Act of Parliament, and from there on we can have a look seriously what was mentioned by Prof. Zahram just now. We will look at the legal framework that has been identified by not only internally, but by Reporters Without Borders. As far as Malaysia is concerned, there are several laws that they feel that we have to get rid of before our position or ranking will be, for example, at the moment 73, but the situation is still problematic. But maybe if we repeal certain laws that were considered draconian by the organization, perhaps our ranking will go even higher, you know, to the level of satisfactory at least. I mean, we are not talking about good, which is basically the preserve for Western European countries. We will not reach that stage, I think, in the near future. But we hope, you know, we are moving towards that direction as well.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dato'. That's all the time we have today. I would like to thank our guests, Washla, Puan Mastura, Datuk Chamel, Prof. Zahrum, Aidila, and Yoga. I am Zurairi Abdul Rahman, and thank you everyone for joining us today.
everyone. We will start shortly. We're actually waiting for a few more people. In the meantime, I'm going to be passing around the attendance list, so you can just sign your names in. Yeah.
Should we call their name? I think if they really want to, they are good. No, not you. Just you guys registered? Yeah. So can we have like this? Thanks.
What do you think of it? Huh?
Excluding the
What?
Okay, hi everyone. Yeah, actually we are waiting for a few more people, which is quite strange. Okay, so thank you so much for joining us today. I'm Dharani from Center for Independent Journalism. So today's roundtable, we're going to have it I wanted to ask, is everyone comfortable with this arrangement, or do we want to pull the tables a bit closer to each other? Is everybody okay with this? Yeah? Okay, great. Yeah, so everybody can just take a seat first, and then because after this we're going to have an activity, and for that activity we will have to break everyone up in different groups. Yes, you're here. Yeah. Okay. So, once again, thank you so much for joining Roundtable 3. The title for today is Intersections of Media Freedom and Labor Rights. So this roundtable is sort of co-hosted by GERAM, Gerakan Media Merdeka, as well as Reform My Media, and the Federation of Sarawak Journalists Association. So the topic for today, we're actually going to cover quite a lot with regards to labor rights and unions, and also economic threats to media. I think I see quite a lot of people in the last table. We might need everyone to sort of reallocate so that we can have a more fruitful discussion. Yeah. So if we can have some people join us in the front table as well, and the middle table. I will just give a little run through about what the session is about, and then I will pass the mic over to our facilitator who will be giving an introduction about the topic. So, just some house rules and also a bit about the flow. The first few minutes, we're going to have a short introduction about the session, basically about labor rights, economic threats, and how it affects media freedom as a whole. And also we will have some discussions about unions. After that short introduction, and we hope that it's not so much of like a speech from Sydney, but more of like a interactive session where everybody would want to give some input regarding the issues that we're talking about. So please, raise your hands and involve more of your thoughts about the topic. After that, we are going to break up everyone into 3 groups, as you are, and we're going to do a World Cafe. So table 1, as you can see, deals with economic threats, and this table will be co-hosted by Garam, Alia, who will give you some context about what's happening in Malaysia with regards to economic struggles by media organizations. So for these, Alia will be asking you some questions, and you will have to sort of come up with some points that you want to share, and basically we will come up with some recommendations to how to solve the issue. We know that these issues can't be solved overnight, but we are just going to try to give some pointers. The second table will be labor rights of media workers, which will be tabled by Will from Reform My Media. And table 3 will be the functions of unions, that will be tabled by Jacqueline. Jacqueline David from the Federation of Sarawak Journalists Association. The last few minutes, we will need to put together a few outputs. So all of your thoughts and opinions about these topics on the mahjong paper, you would have to jot it down on like a piece of Post-it, and then the last probably 20 to 15 minutes, everybody would have to sort of narrow down the recommendations, and at the end decide on 3 recommendations to the state on how you think we could potentially I mean, it's not really solve labor rights issues because it's not something that can be solved overnight again, but more of what we can do to improve the situation. And also commitments by stakeholders. So for example, if you're an NGO, what can you do? If you're a CSO, what can you commit in order to move the needle in this issue? Also, if you are a media student, what do you think you can do in order to say, move the needle as well? So after this, once the whole entire roundtable is done, we would actually need to confirm our representative for the group. So far, we've sort of thought of nominating Sydney to actually go up on stage and present the recommendations and the commitments that we have discussed in this roundtable, and basically take them up and present them on stage later when all 4 roundtables convene back again. So I guess at the end, maybe the last 20 minutes, we can decide if we would want to nominate Sydney or somebody else would like to do it as well. That is also up for discussion. And then I guess that's basically it. I think maybe if we can go around and do like a short, brief introduction for everyone. So you can just give your name and which organization you're from. That would be helpful. So I'm just going to pass it over.
Hi, I'm Nina Muslim from Bernama. That's it, right? Okay.
Hi, I'm Razi from the Malaysia Reserve and Geram.
Hi, my name is Zawani. I am from University Utara Malaysia.
Hi everyone, my name is Ifah Munira and I'm a student from UUM too.
Hi, my name is Alia. I'm a journalist with Malaysia Kini and also with Geram.
Hi, my name is Jian Hong. I come from an NGO called Reform My Media, and I'm also a YouTuber.
Hi, my name is Will. I'm also from Reform My Media, and yeah, that's about it.
Hi everyone, I'm Sydney. I'm from Reform My Media, and I'm also a former journalist and new anchor from Bernama.
Hi everyone, I'm Leah. I'll be assisting to be your rapporteur for today.
Hello, my name is Mufid. I'm from University Utara Malaysia.
Hi, I'm Queenie. I'm from MUJ, now working at Singjo Daily.
Hi, I'm Joanne, formerly with CIJ, now I'm with Luminate.
Hello, I'm Jacqueline from journalist at the Borneo Post, also the Vice President too for Federation of Sarawak Journalists Association.
Hi everyone, my name is Nur Shahada. I'm a student from University Utara Malaysia.
Hi everyone, I'm Alani Hana, a student from UUM2. Hi, my name is Nur Aida Fazana. I'm from UM2.
All right. Once again, I'm Darni from CIJ. I'm going to pass this on to Sydney and Will to give a short, brief introduction before we go into the World Cafe and begin our discussion.
Yeah, hi. So everyone, just right before we started the World Cafe, actually, I might need some of you from here to probably move here so that we can actually discuss. No worries, we are going to switch tables later. So everyone will be discussing on all these three sub-issues that we actually identified. So, but right before that, we actually wanted to provide certain context towards both labor rights, the union issues, and the economic threats towards the media viability. So for the first round, can we have Alia? Can you share with us a little bit context about the economic threats that are actually affecting the Malaysia media? Thank you.
Wow. Mana kreatif ni? Okay, so I guess like off the top of my head, like some of the main economic threats would relate to sustainability of media and funding of media agencies in particular, because it would directly affect operations and particularly independence of the media. Without quote-unquote like independent fundings, as in fundings that does not come from politicians, then it would be very hard for the media to be independent, basically, because they would be operating to mostly to, I wouldn't say like further the agenda, but more obviously, you know, siding on the side of whoever is funding them. At the same time, it also directly affects media labor rights, because there have been many occasions in the past where when a media organization, regardless of its size, whether big or small, their fundings just like suddenly stop because maybe, you know, the initial funder, who may be directly a politician or linked to the politician, and the politician is out of power and therefore run out of funds, then the media organization can just, you know, cease operations. And there have been many occasions in the past where it directly resulted in workers being laid off without compensation, or, you know, their contracts just terminated, and or even if, you know, they are still working, there would be like issues with like their salaries and benefits and all that. A bigger picture of economic threats, I guess it would still relate to fundings, but exactly where are media agencies getting their funds, I guess. You know, whether people are willing to pay for news. Obviously, coming from Malaysia Kini, we are the first to have like a subscription model, and subsequently it's like followed by other media, but the number of like subscribers, it fluctuates mostly, so I don't know about like how others are doing it, but it's definitely, if it's just 100% subscription, it would not be enough. There would definitely be like elements of advertising and paid content and all that, and paid content would be like the other issue lah, because it affects how the line, how clear is the line between, you know, what is paid, what is not, and all that. So, other economic threats. Do you have anything else?
And as what Alia said, it's just journalism is now is way smaller than when even I was started 16, 17 years ago. So it's just because there's a lot of students here, so you need to see yourself in how do you want to find future in the current very muddy economical threats that we are facing.
Okay, thank you, both of you. Well, I will be the host for the second table, which is talking about labor rights, but I would like to ask my friend, Sydney, who was the journalist and news anchor for Bernama, and she, if you ever read the news, she has been very vocal about it, and then she, yeah, you know, so I will let her tell her story and share something about labor rights in media with us.
Okay, so I'm gonna share my story. But I think like few few of you like here, like Aya, they know my story and what happened when I was in Bernama. Actually, I was a journalist and a new anchor in Bernama for last 4 years, but I think I write my labor issue very clearly in my Facebook post that talking about that we have no sustainable contract, we don't have yearly increment, you don't have any OT pay, and if you after this, there is few friends that come to me and tell me that they are working actually in RTM. They are actually working under piecemeal system, which means you only get your payment when you go work. Then you not even can get your EPF and so. So for who there was in media industry, I think you know this issue very well, and who there wish to join media industry, you have to know this issue and fight for it now to make sure that in the future you can have the more good working environment. Yeah, I think that's all.
Okay, thank you, Sydney, very much. So for the union part, can I ask Jacqueline to talk a little bit?
Well, I do not really know much about the union because we do not have one in Sarawak, okay? Just to recap, I think NUJ, Malaysia is the sole authority to negotiate and determine the proper rates of remuneration and other terms and conditions of employment for journalists so far. I'm not sure about the rest, but I think
All right. So, recommendations. About 3 p.m. just now, actually 2 p.m. plus, we have started our recommendations, which we have 4 groups to discuss on the specific, what we call topics that are going to be delivered for this session. And I will say that the sessions that we had just now was very fruitful, because we are not only having, we have quite numbers of groups of what we call representatives. We have, among others, practitioners from the media, we have civil society organizations, we have academics, even public agencies, as well as the young generations with us in the discussion just now. So for this session, we're going to listen to their recommendations and also reforms commitments that they have pledged in each of the group. So for group 1, the topics is on the what we call tackling disinformation and combating hate speech in digital space. And for that, we have Mr. Harmi Muhammad. Sorry. Okay, Ali Imran. Yeah, Mr. Ali Imran from MCMC. Warta Hidup. Okay. And then the second one, we have Wong Siu Lin, the co-founder and editor of Macharaga. And the third presenters will be Will Ong, the co-founder of Reform My Media. And finally, we have Gayatri from Nottingham University. Okay, so without further ado, let's listen the recommendation from the group 1.
Do we have, where do I look at the slides? Is that, that's not it? Yeah? Yeah? Next. Come again? Okay. I have to turn, because, so for group 1, we are talking about tackling misinformation, disinformation, which has been issue. Oh, yeah. Thanks. Okay. Ta-da-ta-da. While waiting that to happen, okay. So, are we blocking the word? The whole 3 groups has discussed, and from there, our recommendation to the state are as follows. Let me walk over. And number 1 is to streamline and sync media and digital literacy via multi-stakeholders task force, that involves government, CSOs, media, and education institutions, to avoid them working in silos. So basically, the tagline is to educate, not regulate. So that's the approach that we hope we can push. And number 2 is to set up standard policy following International Code of Conduct in Media House to enable data sharing among multi-stakeholders. And of course, this is going forward on access to information and of course, right to information. Number 3, capacity building that involves trainings and workshops for public servants on countering hate speech and disinformation based on human rights standards. And number 4, our recommendation to the states is to promote FOE and reform repressive laws such as CMA and the Sedition Act. So those are our 4 recommendations to the state. And going to the next one is our community by stakeholders. Number 1, localization of content moderation in collaboration with social media platforms. Number 2, set up national multi-stakeholders monitoring and reporting on disinformation, misinformation, and malinformation and hate speech. Number 3, a multi-stakeholders approach in creating awareness to approach religious institutions and community-based organization, of course, and of course schools. So thank you so much. That's all from Group 1.
Thank you. So there is some recommendation and also commitments in issues related to tackling disinformation and combating the hate speech. Now we move to the second group, that the topic will be this addressing strategic lawsuit against the public participation as a threat to media freedom and media freedom of expression. With that, we call Wong Siu Lin to present.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so Malaysia has seen an alarming rise in the use of strategic lawsuits against public participation, or SLAP. So we've been talking about being slapped with SLAP. These are defamation cases with a specific intention, that's to keep public voices quiet. They're increasingly being used against human rights defenders, journalists, civil society organizations, whistleblowers, academics, and trade union leaders. Its perpetrators have weaponized the law, not necessarily to win cases, but to discourage and silence public participation. So SLAP constitutes a serious threat to the exercise of human rights and fundamental freedoms, freedom of expression, freedom of association, and so on and so forth. So in addition, it places a financial burden upon SLAP targets. The idea of SLAP is to exhaust resources, time, costs, morale, as a smear campaign against individuals, CSOs, and media. More often than not, it doesn't matter whether they win or not. The intention is to shift the focus of the media attending proceedings and trials and away from the company. Yeah? So to mitigate SLAP risks, media, for example, has had to put up a lot of mechanisms in place, ranging from carrying out risk assessments, putting in place scarce resources to mediate reader comments, paying for expensive legal consultation, and spending precious time in police stations to give statements and in court to attend trials. So how do we avoid this time-wasting, punitive, and demoralizing SLAP actions? So the diverse group from Roundtable 2 discussed SLAP from 2 aspects. The first one is of preventing SLAP, and the second one is to mitigate and address SLAP when it occurs. Our recommendations, 3 recommendations to the state. Number 1, to form a select committee to reform libel laws and work towards anti-SLAP legislation. Number 2, to strengthen whistleblower protection. Number 3, to extend existing legal aid mechanisms to include SLAP cases. Our 3 reform commitments from targeted actors or stakeholders, that number 1, civil societies commit to providing a definition of SLAP. Number 2, CSOs and media practitioners commit to promoting the pursuit of alternative dispute resolutions in dealing with SLAP cases. And lastly, the media specifically commits to capacity building in the following ways. 1, to form a legal network to get help. 2, to strengthen the JOMCheck Media Fact-Checking Alliance. And number 3, training in defamation law for all levels of media and society, actually.
Thank you. So we can see that there are some of the related to policies, some advocacies that need to be done. Next, we are going to listen to the third group about intersections of media freedom and labor rights. With that, I call Mr. Will Ong to present.
Hi everyone, I'm Will Ong from Reform My Media. Some of you, maybe know us because of my partner, Sydney, and but some of you don't, but let me just briefly talk about who we are and why are we actually wanting to discuss about this, this topic. Sydney is actually an ex-Bernama journalist, and then she left Bernama TV last year, and then because of a labor right dispute. So after she left, we actually gathered and said, hey, let's do an NGO and let's start something new to address the labor rights issue that's happening around, across, not just in Bernama and or other government-owned agencies, but also in the private companies. So So yeah, that's why we started Reform My Media, and that's why we wanted to talk about all this, the intersection of media reform, of media freedom, and the labor rights. But today, I would say that last year it was quite sad because I also left my job as a journalist last year. So, so it was quite sad to seeing that the labor rights issue or all these disputes are happening all around, and then all these issues are not resolved both in the government-owned agencies and private companies. So, but today I'm really grateful to see many of young people, especially university students, to join us and discuss about the things, because I think the first step to solving any problem is actually to recognize there's one. So if we actually started to discuss all about these things, we can actually really make a changes. As a media person or a journalist, actually I think most of us actually did cover the report about the Hatha doctor contract, where doctors fought against the unjust systems, or we actually talked about food delivery during the pandemic times, how they are actually exploited, and then by major corporations. And also this year, there's actually stories about foreign workers who were actually imported to Malaysia, but then found themselves stranded in Malaysia without jobs for months. That was actually provided, the news was actually exposed by Reuters at first, and then a lot of local news actually picked it up. So after all this reporting, it actually forces our government to take actions, not only against those who are actually responsible for all these things. They actually also look back at their policies and to change it or to amend it in a way that is actually helping all the labor issues. But it is actually also very weird that we are the storytellers of all this exploitation, but I would say most often we as the media practitioner, we don't actually reflect on what is actually happening in the media industry ourselves. A lot of people are actually hired as contract workers. A lot of people are actually hired in under the piecemeal system, especially in the government-owned agency. So a lot of things like this happen, and it's not just this. It's we have always been told by not only media owners but also government that the economic environment or the macroeconomics actually is one of the reason or the barrier of preventing us being hired as permanent workers, or at least obtain a reasonable salaries on while carrying out our jobs. So this actually brings us to one of our discussion today. So can we get to the next one? So the first thing that we actually discuss about today is how the wider or the greater economics, macroeconomics actually affects our the viability of media and the labor rights of media practitioners. So we have actually reached a consensus that the fluctuations of economy should never, I would say should never, I re-emphasize on that, serve as an excuse or justification for exploiting media practitioner. This is the most crucial part in, in discussing all these things. So, but we actually understand that the economic landscape might and will and is actually impacting business profitability. But we must never forget that media is it doesn't act as just a profit or a company. It is also the fourth pillar of a democratic nation. So it is our duty as media practitioner to shape public opinion and ensure that checks and balance exist. So this is our responsibility to the public, so that we should not forget, even though we are working in a privately owned company. Okay, so under this under what I said just now, actually we were thinking about that securing the funds and allocate some funds to absorb the in the second one, okay, to absorb contract media workers, specifically to government-owned agencies. So these are the one things that we think that the government should actually take initiatives to do. Okay, so moving on to the next thing, we talked about the labor rights issues. I'm sorry, the previous. Yep. Moving on to the next agenda in our discussion, which is not on here, but it's also we talk about labor rights issue. So on that, because just like what I said, we actually a lot of us are actually hired as contract workers or piecemeal workers. So for contract workers, we only our contract are actually renew annually, and then I believe a lot of you might understand how this works. So in terms of that, actually we think that the government actually should review labor laws and contract system to set the standards for wages and benefits. So because of the nature of piecemeal and the contract system, it is actually, I would say, yeah, we should set a system, and then we should amend the law to broaden all the contracts system. And then, for example, we should actually extend the yearly renewal, okay, to 3 years renewal, so that it can actually provide job security for media practitioner, especially in government-owned agencies. Okay, so other than that, actually to actually cover the impact of the macroeconomics on media viability and sustainability, we also come up with an idea to establish a media resilient fund, hopefully funded by Parliament and independently being managed by multiple stakeholders, including media councils that is soon to be coming. Okay, and then, although there are concerns surrounding this, but I think this is something that we can do to actually help not just the government-owned agencies, but also private companies to be sustainable in a sense. Okay, so moving on to the next one. Okay, so for media agencies to secure more external reporting grants to cover operating expenditure, this is one of the things that we think that maybe we, the stakeholder, the media owner, or journalists, we can actually take more proactive initiatives to do it. Because there are actually a lot of funds out there, including from foreign nations, or of course not the hostile one, but yeah, there are a lot of international agencies like the UN also provide certain funds on this matter. So it can actually help us if we actually actively go and search all these funds. It would help the company, private-owned company, to actually be more sustainable. And then coming back to the labor rights issue, I think from what we discussed, actually we think that there's not much data, there's not much information out there because of OSA. Okay, so like how many contract workers are actually in Bernama or RTM, we don't know that. Although JPN or other government agencies, they actually have the actual numbers, because they are the one who actually gave us this media pass, and then they required us to hand in the contract or whatever, so they should have the data. So I think it is crucial that we know what's actually happening before we jump into any more decision, yeah, on this matter, on the labor rights issues. Okay, so the last one from, I think we think that the stakeholders can actually do is actually on the union side of things. Okay, the union, or especially NUJ, and which is the only one, okay, to ensure greater representation in journalists, for journalists, especially for those who are in Sabah Sarawak. And then, because I think this is crucial, although I'm not from Sabah Sarawak, but I think it has been so long that we do not have representation inside of the union. So these are the things that we think that is very crucial into changing the whole labor rights or the labor market in the media industry. So I hope that our recommendations would actually, it might not change overnight, but I hope that from what we actually shared today, it would actually spark some new ideas into reforming the Malaysian media, and that's the name of Reform My Media. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a great, presentation and recommendation when we talk about making our media practitioners more professional. Yeah. So last we have a group that discuss about accountability of social media platforms, which is nowadays very important. We're talking about new media. With that, I would like to invite Gayatri to present. Please.
Thank you. So for group number 4, just as a quick context, I think you're right. I mean, there's a lot of interest, there's a lot of worry, there's a lot of concern about social media platforms. And so the focus that we had was, of course, content is a big issue, and I think in some ways we see similar ideas coming from group 1, so there's some alignment there for sure. But also other issues in relation to social media platforms in terms of the algorithm. We are talking about that today in terms of how it shapes the content. There's also the business model of all of these platforms that drive the way they work. There's also been concerns, especially for news media outlets that are affected by, say, all the advertisements that move towards social media and are challenging some of the legacy or traditional media itself. But aside from that, also the threat of disinformation because of unverified information on social media platforms. So these are some of the concerns that necessitate a bit more discussion in terms of the social media platform. But also recognizing that social media platforms are both with the public interface and also the messaging apps where a lot of information is shared. In the group we had actually quite a varied representation. So there were from various stakeholders, from the regulatory bodies, academics from the media, from a range of CSOs, so it was quite a good representation in that sense. Can we show the first slide for the recommendations, please? So here, I think again, with group 1, we share some ideas, so it seems that it resonates and maybe that makes for a strong case to submit as recommendations. This idea of multi-stakeholder, going beyond just approach, but actually maybe initiating and developing mechanisms that necessitate various stakeholders to be at the discussion table and to then have more leverage to bring the platforms to the discussion table. At the moment, we recognize Malaysia is a small market, so they may not be very interested to, sort of no incentive per se, but this may be a way of bringing them to the table. There are already agencies and bodies that have interaction, but what we thought of was to recommend that it is consolidated and it's organized so that the various issues can be brought forward at the same time. So it's, among other things, to talk about the standards and best practices for the platforms. It's currently different, and sometimes it also misses out a lot of nuances, a lot of issues as well that confront Malaysian users, challenges faced by users, whether it's data privacy, data protection, privacy, and also in terms of the content. So one is to strengthen the platform standards itself. And then specifically looking at, for example, the news media, we have an interest to of course, keep journalism alive and maybe through this also to develop or recommend some guidelines in terms of revenue sharing, because it's very difficult for individual organizations to engage with all of these platforms. And also to drive the idea of self-regulation. And self-regulation cannot work if these platforms are not actually involved in the discussions. There's only so much we can say we need these kinds of actions if they are not at the table. So the first is if we can recommend to the state to say, look, you need a multi-stakeholder approach, if possible a mechanism. There are existing ones and it may just need to be tweaked a little bit. And of course a review of all laws that are related to expression, access to information, privacy, data protection. Actually, there's a number of laws, and many of them do have gaps. Some of them may need to be removed and repealed, and others actually strengthened, with a focus on freedom of expression. But also in terms of the use of algorithms, targeting of ads, the use of data for profiling. And so these need to be also in adherence to international standards and best practices. And the last recommendation is to consolidate and implement national level digital media literacy. This was something that really, everyone felt was, it's being done across by various stakeholders, whether it's the agencies, CSOs, a whole lot of CSOs actually do digital media literacy, but there's definitely a need to have it formalized as part of education system. So starting at schools, maybe integrating into the various modules within universities. And so here we definitely need ministries to be involved, and we all know that that's actually a challenge, bringing in different ministries, which is why this kind of political will and leadership is very necessary, because it does require multiple government agencies and ministries to be involved. And next one, in terms of commitments, yeah, next one. Okay, thank you. So we said we'll participate in everything, so we're very gung-ho about all of this. But because of the various interests and also I think really the kind of commitment ourselves to want to do all of this, in terms of commitments, many of us agree definitely that this is something that we would want to be involved in, to consolidate the different modules, maybe come up with a national one. And also we have expertise, there's a lot of knowledge around, that's something that we can all contribute towards. We are very willing to support the processes and mechanisms that may be there for multi-stakeholder discussions. And also to, we have some commitment already in terms of coordinating the engagement with the platform. So this was from Group 4. And I think looking at Group 1, I think there's some areas in which we can actually already bring those together. Thanks.
Thank you. So we have listened to all four groups based on the roundtable that we had just now. I can summarize that areas that we need to focus firstly will be on the framework of media, and then we're talking about the content, talking about the need to revise or improve policies and laws, and also we're talking about the system and also environment of the new platforms, and also not to forget about the needs to see in terms of the well-being of media practitioners. So these are those areas that has been emphasized, and for that I would like to conclude that we need three concepts that need to be integrated here. The first one is to harmonize. We have a lot of agencies involved, that how we can put it all together. Secondly, we need more engagement from every level of various stakeholders. And thirdly, a lot of consolidate we need to undergo, so that we're able to come out with a much better and more promoting the so-called media freedom in our country. So with that, I would like to thank all the presenters and give a big applause to the presenters. And back to you, MC.
Thank you, Professor Hada, Dr. Muhammad Khairi.
Okay. Thank you very much to the organizers, all the organizers for putting this together. And I think many of us felt that this is probably the first time to have so many different stakeholders at the discussion, and which was really good. The first, of course, with the Media Council, I think that was one of the first milestones actually after 2018. So just from, I suppose from the stakeholder discussions here, just to represent CIJ and also University of Nottingham to say that with the recommendations, we will certainly be taking them up and be submitting it to the minister. We saw a lot of reports already from this morning session, so I think the recommendations will come in very timely to the minister and hopefully to get that through. And I think the expression of commitments is something that we take seriously, and also will be following up with, I think, the different groups to see how we can actually work out some of the either the coordination or also the information gathering. But at least as an overall, I suppose, conclusion is something that we will put together all of this and submit to the minister. So that's just, again, thanking everyone for providing the platform and the space and the opportunities. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gayatri.
Hello everyone. Okay, those that can come on stage, come on stage. You can also take the stairs if you want. You can also be at the SDGs as well. You know, you can be around here. You can go up stage. You can sit down a bit. As long as we can fill this up for a nice group photo. Andrew, let's go. Andrew. Yes. Malaysian Deaf Federation, please. Together. It's light up. It's very light. Maybe. You need to squeeze in a bit at the back, because this is a bit too up. You need to go up as well. Whoa. Okay.